Oh, man. That was funny to me and no one else. Oh, man. I could have started forever ago. I just was amusing myself, you know. Sorry about that. 26 minutes of waiting screens. You gotta love it. Man, one of these days, I really just want to like go through like a series of like 50 waiting screens and then just end. Or I'll just pop up and be like, hey guys, check out this bullshit. And like point to one thing and be like, well, I'm tuckered out. Bye. If you would start on time. Yeah, that was the thing. I kept waiting for one of you to be like, abandon hope of the stream ever starting. But none of you guys did that, so, you know, disappointed. As Kevin Sorbo once said, disappointed! TJ, oh yeah, I think you've done that before. I don't believe I have, but maybe I have. Who knows? Who knows? Who fucking knows? Knows. So for any of you guys who haven't been to an Abandoned Hope before, as you know, it starts off kind of like chill. We just kind of sit here and talk to each other for a minute, wait for folks to file on in. Then, as the night progresses, we get into more and more content. Got quite a bit today. I don't know if we'll get to it all, but we'll get to a good bit of it for sure. And we're going to abandon some hope. But, you know, usually I like a little warm-up sesh just talking to you guys. She's relying on the audience to have 1/10 wit. Bad idea, I know. I mean, you're part of the audience, though, right? Chelsea ran the show would always start on time. Maybe. I don't know. If you've never been here, you should all start with a glimmer of hope, ergo the title. So if you're coming in empty-handed, that ain't good. Right. You know, this is a place to cleanse you of any hope you might have lingering around your body. Because I think we can all agree that in 2023, hope is a liability, right? That all rhymed. I hope we can agree that in 2023, hope is nothing but a liability. It would definitely be more on time, lol. Yeah, it'd be more on time. Oh, get it? Moron. Yeah? 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 I don't know. This is the foreplay segment. Yeah, basically. Individually, some of us may be intelligent, but collectively as a chat, we are certainly not. That's true. I've noticed that for sure. Haha, you got me. No, you got me, babe. Joke's on you. I've already lost all hope due to a bad hangover. That's fine. You know what? A lot of times people come in this show thinking they've lost all hope, but then as they sink further and further into the depths of despair, they realize that they had not truly abandoned hope. You know? I'm going to come up with a folk song with a rhyme that's going to get big and make me rich. Then you'll sue me for plagiarism, and I'll lose it all and truly abandon hope. Thoughts on the first Elvira movie? I know it's not actually Goose, but I love it. If you're talking about the one made in the 80s, where Elvira has to go to some weird little like small town and shit, and she's like a misfit, then yeah, I think that is a good movie. I don't know. It's not terrible. It's not fucking there was no Oscar buzz around it or anything, but it's a fucking pretty good movie. I don't know. I like Elvira, and she does well. I mean, I was surprised that they didn't make more movies with her. It probably wasn't a big hit, I guess, but man, she did very well. I mean, it was like pretty fucking fun to watch. I don't know. For some reason, it kind of reminds me of Sister Act. Is she on the run in that movie? I can't really remember. I need to watch that again. I was trying to watch it one time, not very long ago, but then Chelsea came in and was like, "What are you watching?" And I was like, the fucking whatever. It's this thing. It's like Elvira or whatever, and she just like was like mad that wasn't like a complete enough answer. I'm like, I didn't know what to tell her beyond that, And then she hit me. And, I had to call the police and they arrested her. And so I didn't get to finish watching the movie, It's true your dad defeated the Soviet Union by scamming them with a fake RV trip. I don't recall this incident. Yeah. Sure. She pleads the fifth now, but Yeah, it is true. My dad defeated the Soviet Union by scamming them out of all their money, thus proving that capitalism will always prevail over communism. So, that's how it went, man. I don't know. It's just like how things go sometimes, But yeah, that is how it happened. I can't believe Chelsea beat you to death with a tire iron after you begged her not to. What the fuck? I know, it's crazy. Yeah. I'm still buried out there in those woods somewhere. It's creepy stuff. She's a psycho. Have you heard of that Twitch streamer who blue balls her audience then leaves after 5+ hours? I don't know what the fuck that means. I don't know what blue balls means in the sense of a Twitch stream. Synopsis: she gets fired from her TV job and has to go to a small town to collect an inheritance so she can fund a Vegas titty show, which she stars in, and ends the movie with 10 out of 10 ending. Yeah, that sounds like a good movie to me. Elvira fucking rules, And the great thing is that because she had so much makeup caked on anyway, she can still do it even though she's like 112 years old now, because them titties ain't fucking sagging none. She makes sure of that. So, amen. If your dad was alive when the PPP loans were being given out, you think he would have used that? Yeah. Dude, my dad would have fucking had so much. He'd have been like, yeah, we employ 129 people. Yeah, he would have fucking definitely. He'd have fucking figured out every single way to fucking squeeze a penny out of that thing for sure. Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind. There's no fucking doubt in any sliver or corner of my brain. She's off screen and acts like she's going to get in the kiddie pool, but then leaves. What? Sounds right. I don't know. Whoever you're talking about, I agree. TJ, per your suggestion, I'm reading Carrie. I dig it. I like the external media source injections, finding it less daunting than The Stand, which I never finished, lol. Oh, yeah, I mean, it's a much shorter book, and, it's like a time. Stephen King couldn't allow himself to be as self-indulgent back then because he wasn't a big name. If he had been a big name when he wrote Carrie, I'm sure it would be a fucking big-ass book that would go into all sorts of like weird little details of things that don't really ultimately matter to the plot, but maybe enhance the authenticity and maybe even does some, like, people don't think they have to do world building in the real world, but like you kind of do. You have to kind of like tell people about the character of a town and the people in it and stuff. So just because something's set in our world, quote unquote. And obviously, Carrie is a world that, is our world, plus there are telekinetic teenagers running around. But otherwise, it's, similar to our reality. You got any TJ Hater vids tonight? I hope to see some use out of the bingo card I made. I did not. I didn't find any. You know, I don't usually respond to like haters anyway, unless there's like something like exceptionally dumb about what they're gonna like put forth. But there's nothing. There's nothing that pertains directly to me in the selection tonight. No one put anything like that forth. It would have been considered if they had. In Stephen King's It, what did you think of that weird turtle stuff at the end? I liked everything he did with that book, pretty much. I mean, the turtle stuff. I mean, that ties into like some mythology and stuff. I don't really know the full details of it, but the idea of the world being on the back of a turtle is not something that Stephen King invented. I forget the culture that spawned that idea. Someone in the chat probably knows or can look it up. But you know, I mean, it's like you're dealing with cosmic horror forces, so it's kind of interesting to like go to like extremes with it. Turtle stuff sounds sexual. I mean, they do all gangbang the turtle, you know, so I agree. Doesn't the turtle kind of detract from the seriousness? I don't know. I mean, it depends, I guess, on how the turtle looks in your mind. I mean, if I kind of saw the turtle as being very reminiscent of like Morla, the ancient one from the Neverending Story. And I feel like I can take that character pretty seriously. But you're talking to a guy that like, you know, my tolerance for absurdity and ridiculousness is pretty high. You know, I'm willing to go some pretty wild places with a creative person, you know, just if you know, the story is about like a fucking an alien that eats children after turning into a clown and then showing them their worst fears. And, you know, I mean, like, it's not like some story that's like grounded in reality, but then all of a sudden there's this giant space turtle, you know. It's already like you should have been primed for the turtle by the time it showed up. I don't know why. Oh man, a fucking turtle. A fucking evil clown I can accept, but a good turtle? Ugh, too far. You know, like, I don't understand. It's a weird line draw is all I'm saying. You know what I mean? But doesn't it make the It monster not very scary anymore? I mean, well, remember at the end, you know, the turtle actually is dead. So they're facing off against It without the turtle's help, you know? So it's almost like you had this safety net before, but now it's gone. So I think it was used to kind of like heighten sort of the drama of the conflict. If there's a good It audiobook, I mean, I don't know if I've never listened to it, so I don't know. I mean, I read it a couple times, but I've never listened to the audiobook version, so I don't know how good it is. I mean, you can read reviews of it, I'm sure. Like, go to Audible and read the reviews. I'm sure people will let you know if it's a good read or not. How long do you think you'll stream? I'll be in and out for a while until I'll be here doing this for a minute. You know, this is gonna go on. That's why I'm in no rush, because like I already know we're gonna be here for a minute, and that's fair because I've missed a couple of these recently, so it's probably fair to give you guys a long one to sort of make up for that, you know, because it's been a hot minute. I feel like let me see. I want to re-alert people on the Patreon too, because I feel like we might not have gotten alerts out to as many people as we actually have on there. Because I would usually expect to see more people in it this time part. Well, you know, I guess there's also the fact that I started this a little bit earlier in the day than normal. But nonetheless, I do want to sort of refresh this. Blah, blah, blah. I haven't actually interacted with the Patreon in a minute. They changed the layout of this thing a few months back, and I swear to God, I don't know why. I feel like the old layout was a lot better. Go figure. I didn't get alert only new because I happened to open Patreon. Yeah. It definitely ought to alert people when this happens. Sometimes it just maybe doesn't do that right. So I am going to add a little addendum to it. Notify patrons about this change. There we go. Hopefully that'll send out some alerts to some folks that maybe didn't get it the first time. Patreon's never given me a notification in my life. I think you have to enable it. You probably don't have it enabled. If you have it enabled and they've never done it, then that sucks. But, you know, I don't know if there's like some way we could do like a third-party app or something for that. Just like alerts you of any Pessimist Productions stuff that's going live at the moment. I guess there'd be issues with that because someone could get the app without being a patron and then see when whatever. Do you want me to focus on making clips for this or DFF? You go ahead and worry about the DFF stuff, and I'll take care of this. So don't worry about this shit. What's my favorite Friday the 13th movie? New Blood. I think it's the 7th film in the series. It's interesting because we were just talking about Carrie a minute ago, and New Blood is kind of like Jason versus Carrie. I mean, they can't officially be like, oh, it's Carrie, but like they kind of get like a Carrie clone to do it, you know? So, yeah, it's like a teenage girl with telekinetic powers, and watching someone like that fight Jason is pretty fascinating to me. I like that idea, and I like the execution, and I like how many fake out deaths there were at the end. You know, you keep thinking he's finally dead, and then he pops up for, you know, oh shit, he's still alive. Oh shit, he's still alive. It seems like it's harder to kill him in that one than any other one. I think it's because in that one they have a telekinetic girl, so, you know, they're trying to hype up this battle element. And I think that was really cool. And I don't know. I've never heard any other person or fan of the series talk about that one as like being their favorite or whatever. But I'm a big fan of that one. I don't know. I feel Jason wins that matchup pretty handily. I mean, he kind of does, or he would have, if not for the fact that her powers to move objects with her mind somehow at the very end, spoiler alert, by the way, somehow at the very end is able to resurrect her dead father to come out of the lake holding a chain and drag Jason underneath, which, by the way, is a pretty lame way to finish him off, in my opinion, because, like, she has this established power set, but then she defeats him by displaying a power that she's never been shown to have before and that makes no fucking sense. Like, pretty fucking weird stuff. Like, if she had summoned forth the chains and dragged him into the lake, that'd be like, okay, I get that. But, like, to have her dad do it, and then in the next movie, Jason takes Manhattan, which fucking sucks, by the way. All that happens is, like, when we start, Jason is just, like, tied to the bottom of the lake with that chain. Like, not even, like, tied all the way. Like, he's just, like, literally, like, a chain around his neck, and he's just floating there. You know, and he's like, yeah, I'm just waiting for this chain to break, and once it does, oh boy, more killing, you know? And a boat comes by, and the propeller hits it. I'm like, man, not only did her dad come back to life, but apparently he's a moron because he's stronger than Jason, and this is the best thing he could think of to subdue him, you know? Like, wrap him up in that chain and bury him at the bottom of the fucking lake. I mean, I don't know. It's fucking pretty lazy. Hey, mods, how come my chats don't pop up on the screen? You know, I don't know why that one doesn't. A lot of times when people have issues with that, it's because they are cursing or whatever. And, you know, whatever URL I put in, YouTube always pulls from the live chat. But honestly, it's kind of better for me anyway because I don't want people saying things that are demonetizable. Because usually I try to cut this up and release clips of it. Not so much this part, but, you know, later parts. I just like the part where Jason is actually in Manhattan. Right. When you actually get to the part where Jason is doing the thing that the movie is called, that part's cool. But, like, he's barely in fucking Manhattan. 90% of that movie, he's on a goddamn boat. Should have been called Jason on a Boat. That's not as scary. You know, honestly, Nightmare on Elm Street 4 through 6, I just hate all of those. Like, I love 1. I hate 2. I fucking hate 2. I love 3. I hate fucking 4, 5, and 6. And I like, but don't love New Nightmare. And then I refuse to watch that fucking piece of shit remake. Okay? Jason versus Predator is the crossover we need. I feel like Predator is way too fast and has way too much advanced weaponry for Jason, you know? I feel like it'd be a pretty short battle. I feel like the Predator would just, like, shoot Jason with, like, one of those bomb things and blow his ass up. But then would the Predator see Jason's heart on the ground and be, like, compelled by the power of Jason's evil to eat that heart and thus take Jason's soul into himself, becoming a Jason Predator? Dude, say what you want about Jason Goes to Hell, and it is an awful movie, complete with, like, a magic dagger that can defeat Jason. It's like, magic fucking dagger? What are you talking about? Have you guys seen one of these movies? There's no magic daggers, all right? But, you know, whatever, fuck it. But the movie has a great opening, though. The opening of that movie is totally fucking dope. I love that opening. If that was just a short film, that would be fucking an awesome short film. Because what happens is there's a girl and she bobbles her tits out of her shirt and you see her big tits. And I was like, yes. And then she's like at Camp Crystal Lake and stuff. Well, I mean, she's at Camp Crystal Lake while she's showing her tits. Makes sense. That's where he hunts. But she's all alone. She's at Camp Crystal Lake for some goddamn reason. She's showing her titties off. And then she's like, what's that noise? And she's like exploring the house and all this shit. And then Jason comes out and she's like, ah, you know, and he's chasing after her. And it's the typical fucking shit. And then it turns out that the whole thing is a fucking trap, right? And once she reaches a certain like checkpoint or whatever to reach fucking Jason, you know, there's like the army is there waiting to fucking just blow the shit out of him. Not, you know, not like that, but like, you know? And they shoot him until he fucking explodes. And they're like, yep, we got him. And then they go to the coroner's office. Or, you know, well, they have the army coroner or whatever that's like doing the autopsy on the fucking pieces. And then he looks at Jason's heart. And he hears like the beating of Jason's heart. And he fucking becomes possessed by the power of Jason's evil. And he fucking eats the heart. And he becomes Jason. And then it becomes this weird body invasion movie where Jason jumps from person to person, but it kind of sucks because the cool thing about Jason is that he looks cool. It's like, you know, the fact that he, you know, Jason being like, it's a cool concept. It just like, you know, they weren't really thinking about what they were doing because like we go to a fucking Jason movie for Jason, but pretty cool opening. So I don't know. I feel like it would have been okay if like the hockey mask accompanied the people, you know? Like if they all wore the hockey mask while they did the kills and stuff. That might have been pretty dope. You know, they needed something else to tie it more to Jason, just than like, ooh, his soul's in there, you know? It's like, eh. Fuck you try. What the fuck you live in trying to work, lol. What? Yeah, or like, you know, I don't know. I think maybe that opening would have been cooler if, like, instead of being like a body jump movie, like the coroner just like slowly like turned into Jason, and like the more people he killed, the more his body, you know, morphed into Jason. So he kind of like slowly becomes Jason throughout the movie, you know? And there was no fucking stupid magical dagger. Like, what the, like, dude, okay, I get it. Friday the 13th franchise is ridiculous, but like it's not magic dagger ridiculous. You know what I mean? Like that's, you went too far. Yeah, Jason X was kind of fucking great. They make Jason look like a fucking Power Rangers monster, and it's like hilarious. They all look at him like, whoa, he's so fucking tough looking now, and he looks fucking ridiculous, and you're just sitting there laughing and like, he literally looks like something fucking Rita Repulsa would send down to fucking thwart the goddamn Power Rangers, you know? It's like, oh my God. He just looks fucking absurd, but it's great because it's so fucking ridiculous that you just can't help but love it, you know? Hey, Teach, what happened to that series you're going to start on D2 where you review pornos? Dude, I've always wanted to do a show like that. I just never have found the right platform to do that. Because that's, yeah, I should be doing that. That should be my fucking career. I'm entering the porno review stage of my career. I give this one 3 socks out of 4. You know, I don't know. Look out, I've got a monster made entirely of eyes. Ooh, wow. A monster constructed entirely of the most vulnerable part of the body. Oh no. Scary. Freddy versus Jason, I gotta say, I don't hate that movie. But I do think there's 2 things about it that fucking bother the shit out of me to this day. So I guess 3 things. Here's the 3 things that bother me about the movie. Now, I don't want these 3 things to be taken as like, I don't like the movie, because I do like it. But here's the 3 things that piss me off. 1, this weird narrative that they came up with, and you just know that it was a writer's room that had no idea about these fucking characters, because they're like, all right, Jason was killed by water. Freddy was killed by fire. Therefore, Freddy is scared of fire and Jason is scared of water. It's like, what? No. Freddy's fucking lair is a furnace full of fire. He loves fire. Fire is his friend. And not only that, like, Freddy does not give a fuck about, like, injuring himself. You know, he's not like, oh man, I'm so scared because that time I got hurt by the flames. He literally like chops his own fingers off and cuts himself open and shit just for fun. Like he's a wacky guy, okay? But he loves fire. Jason fucking hides out. Jason hangs out around a fucking lake all the time. He's in that lake constantly. He's done several kills where he jumps out of that water and kills you. He's not scared of the fucking water, bro. So that's the first thing that pisses me off. It just like, you guys have no respect for this fucking shit. So then the next thing that fucking pisses me off about it is they did Freddy dirty with that kill count. Almost every kill in that movie is given to Jason. It's pretty clear, however the final battle turns out, the favorite among the fucking people who were making the movie was Jason. Because I think like Freddy gets like 1 kill in the whole goddamn movie. and Jason gets like fucking the rest, like whatever other fucking double digit score is. So it's just like, man, like you should have evened out this kill count a little bit more, guys. I mean, I guess Jason is more of a relentless killing machine than Freddy is. He's much more of a like toy with his victims kind of guy. So it makes sense for him to have a lesser kill count, but like not that lesser. And then my third problem with it is a conceptual problem. It's probably the most severe of the problems because like that other shit, you know, it's not my favorite, but it's kind of nitpicky. But I mean, I guess a lot of people now take the lore of properties very seriously. But like, you know, I'm not one of those guys. I don't really give too much of a fuck about the lore. But you know, like when you're talking about the Freddy and Jason, like Freddy being scared of fire and Jason being scared of water, that's too much of a lore fuck even for me. So I guess that one is a little bit beyond nitpicky. But yeah, that's not my major issue. I could forgive that. That's not a big deal, really. I mean, I might, you know, it takes like 5% off my enjoyment or something. But the thing that really fucks me is this conceptual idea of Freddy versus Jason in the fucking first place, because there's no fair venue for that fight. If they fight in the dream world, Freddy has a million advantages. If they fight in the real world, Jason is fucking clearly the fucking winner. I mean, like, there's just no, you can't have like a half dream, half, you know, real world thing, you know? So I don't know. I mean, I just feel like, so conceptually there's an issue there, you know? Bringing Freddy in the real world is just always a bad idea. He's weaker in the real world. So it's like you're not really seeing Freddy versus Jason with Freddy at his full power. You're seeing like fucking nerfed ass waking world Freddy versus Jason. So I don't know. I mean, they did the best they could. There's really no getting around that conceptual impediment. Maybe there is. I don't know. I don't know what the solution would be. I mean, you could try to like do some kind of mix of the worlds, I guess, or something. But like then, you know, Freddy's still just too overpowered. If you give Freddy his power set of the dream world, it's not even a fucking fight. So I don't know. Funniest Freddy Krueger moment. I mean, welcome to prime time, bitch, is always going to be the ultimate. There's no fucking there's no zinger that's going to top that. You know, it's the funniest one for a reason. There's no beating it. Can they beat Goku? No. The answer to can X character beat Goku? The answer is always no. I don't care how powerful that character is. I don't care if you're like, man, well, this character can fucking shoot entire universes out of his asshole. You know, I don't care. Goku is gonna go do some training and fucking pull out the win. You know, that's what Goku does. Okay. If Nancy can beat Freddy with him in her dreams, surely Jason stands a chance. But she didn't. Nancy did not beat Freddy in the dream world. Remember, she had to bring him into the real world. She had to rig up a thing where she grabbed him and then, got woken up at that exact moment so that she could, bring him forth into our world or whatever the fuck. Because that's the place you can actually fucking fight the motherfucker. I don't think has Freddy ever been beaten in the dream world canonically in those movies? I don't remember. I don't really necessarily remember what happened in, 4, 5, and 6. But I feel like usually you have to bring Freddy into the real world to fucking beat him. But I don't know. The only time I can remember him being beaten in like the dream world or whatever is in Wes Craven's New Nightmare. I think they beat him in the dream world there. So but that's a different iteration of Freddy. That's like the meta Freddy. That's Medi. Goku versus One Punch Man. Dude, One Punch Man would fucking he longs for the excitement of a real fight. Well, he would still be denied, but in the opposite direction, because he's going to do his little one punch attack that usually obliterates everything, and Goku is just going to be Kamehameha. Dead. You know? I don't know. Like, you just look at the context of that universe versus the ridiculous over the topness of the Dragon Ball universe, and it's pretty fucking clear. You know? Dude, maybe that should be the fucking plot twist at the end of One Punch Man. It just turns out that he's like a person from like the Dragon Ball universe, and he's like about as powerful as fucking Krillin, but in the fucking One Punch Man universe, that's the ultimate badass, you know? Goku's power level at this point is absolutely absurd. Yeah, I've not watched that show in a while, but like they were already struggling to even, you know, like when you get to the point where your character can just like blow up a planet and stuff, already you've kind of like made it where it's like, how are you even gonna do this anymore? But I guess they figured out a way, because I'm sure Goku by this point can like, I don't know, destroy the universe with a fucking single, like, thought. So, I don't know. What if there was one dodge woman? Well, then she'd be killed when he threw the second punch. Because she only has one dodge. The new Dragon Ball movie was pretty good. Yeah, I got you. Dragon Ball Super. Super hot. Super hot. Super hot. Dragon Ball Super is beyond ridiculous. I swear they made it just to settle the Goku versus Superman argument. Yeah, I mean, dude, just like, I just take it for granted that no one can beat Goku, because, like I said, even if it's like Goku versus God or something, he's just gonna go train for a fucking few months and you know, be able to kick God's ass. It doesn't matter. I like VR gaming, but it gives me a fucking headache. I think that most of the reason it gives me a headache is not even the VR itself. I think it's the fact that for some goddamn reason, they put the system on your fucking head. Like, I don't know, man. Why? Couldn't you just like have the system like on your pants and then the wire heads up to your head, you know, like have a clip-on thing or something? I don't know. Or just like wireless. I don't know, man. It's just like something. You got to come up with something better than fucking strapping the whole goddamn console to your face. It's too much, man. I can't deal. Which VR headsets have you tried? The one I have is an Oculus, whatever. Is it heavy? It's not super heavy, but like even a slight weight change on my head and neck will give me a fucking headache. So, like, I sometimes get a headache just from having my hair in a fucking ponytail, just because that weight is like different back there. That'll give me a headache sometimes. Oh yeah. So, you know. Black Mirror got VR right. I don't think I remember theirs. What if Goku fused with Paul and joined DFF? Would DFF beat the Joe Rogan Experience with Paul Ku? Probably. Oh yeah, me too. I have really thick hair. My hair isn't thick at all. I mean, I have like very fine blonde, well, formerly blonde hair. It's like lost most of its blondness at this point, but but yeah, it's very fine. So I got to admit, it takes a moment to adjust to reality after I use VR for more than 50 minutes. Also makes me lucid dream way more, and I love that. Yeah. I don't really have any experience with it changing my dreams up. But like when it came to like when it comes to VR games, the ones I have to play are like ones that I can just like get in there and play it really quick and then get out. You know, like a Beat Saber kind of game, or like Super Hot for VR is pretty fun. But like when it comes to like a more involved game where I have to like sit there and play the game, like it's too much. I can't stand it that long. It hurts my fucking head. And the headache does not go away very easily either. Like this headache I'm talking about can last for like a day. So I don't even like to risk it. But like, yeah, I'll play a few rounds of Beat Saber or something. That can be fun. TJ do a flip? Yes, sure, no problem. I'm gonna do it right after the stream because right here I'm doing the stream now, but after the stream, flips galore. Promise. Who wins, Jason Voorhees versus Batman? Batman would fuck Jason Voorhees up, dude. Like, Batman has faced off against more formidable adversaries than Jason for sure. I don't even know. I mean, Jason, like, let's be real. Jason is impressive against, camp counselors and shit, right? he's not really that impressive when it's like, oh, now it's time for you to fight, like a formidable adversary, right? Because he's slow and like he can take a lot of damage, but like he doesn't really have much defense. He kind of just lets damage happen to him. So I just don't know. I just feel like he's not going to do well against any opponent that actually has like a skill set. I think Jason is like Jason could fucking take out any normal person, but like when you start getting into these like overpowered characters from other media, Jason is not that fucking daunting at that point. Most horror slashers aren't. Like let's remember like superheroes and stuff like that, they're meant to fucking combat supervillains, It's the idea of these very powerful forces colliding with each other. But when it comes to like a slasher only has to be tougher than a fucking normal person, because that's what they're fucking hunting and shit. So they don't have to be some invincible force, because they're not battling, with, Thanos in the city or something. They're just fucking slaughtering teenagers and fucking college kids and shit. So, it's like whatever. That's not that hard. Normal people could do that. Normal people have done that. It's just like a serial killer could do that shit, This is not, you don't need superhuman abilities. So most slashers are not like, whoa, he's invincible, Yeah, that guy was killing people just yesterday. Rocky. I need a One Punch Man season 3. I believe that's coming this year. All right, we're going to start. The first clip we're going to play is going to be a short one. We'll ease into this, We're going to play a little short Candace Owens clip here. She has a position she wants to take. And it's a very special position. You guys are going to like it a lot.
Next question. What are your thoughts on the British Museum and their artifacts from other cultures? They have returned many of them to Nigeria. Do you think they should return them all, Jensen? I actually kind of hate a lot of museums because they steal our tax dollars. And so, yeah, defund all the museums and send back all the artifacts. The amount of money that was given in the COVID bill, the trillions of dollars, all of it going to like the Kennedy Center, the African American Museum. And what do? People that sit on the board take all the money. It's kind of become this huge money laundering operation. And yeah, I say return it all. If you want to see something, it's go to the country, you know? So I'm actually totally fine with that because I'm very anti-museum because they stole a lot of our money.
Okay. So first of all, yeah, a lot of these artifacts and stuff should probably be returned to their countries of origin. So she's kind of accidentally a little bit based on that. Especially like you go to the British Museum, there's stuff there that's been like it was plundered. It wasn't like it was given freely to the British Museum. They plundered it during the fucking height of the British Empire. So yeah, that shit should probably go back to where it belongs, especially if it's being asked for. But this idea though of I'm like anti-museum. Have you ever heard of something like that before? Like, isn't that just the most virulent strain of anti-intellectualism you've ever heard in your fucking life? Like, what are the great conservative enemies of the age right now? Like, think about every group that conservatives fucking hate, aside from like trans people and fucking people who are like, different because of like racial identity or sexual identity or gender identity or something like that. What institutions do they hate? They hate the media, they hate libraries, and apparently now they hate fucking museums. Basically, anywhere that you can go to learn things, they hate it. As Donald Trump himself said, I love the poorly educated. Well, it shows. It shows that these people, it's so fucking insidious. The right wing in this country has come to the universities they hate too, by the way. Universities they really hate. They think that, that's where people get brainwashed. Basically what's going on here is the more educated you are, the harder it is to be conservative because you realize that it's all based on disgusting lies. And so now the right-wing agenda has literally become, let's make everyone as stupid as possible. Let's make sure that they don't get any sort of higher education. Let's make sure that they don't trust anything reported in the media. Let's make sure that they are totally frightened, scared at all times, hate museums, hate culture, hate learning about things. And the only information they trust, the only place they go to learn about what's really going on is us. They just take it right from our mouths, and nowhere else can be trusted. Everywhere else is suspect. They're trying to create, and they've been successful to a great degree. They're trying to create a class of people who are just totally divorced from reality and have become completely swept away in the ideological narrative of the right wing. And that's why they hate any source of information beyond themselves. They hate education. They hate media that they don't control. They hate museums now. This is the first time I've heard that. They hate libraries. They hate National Public Radio, the most bland, inoffensive radio possible. They get irate. They hate public broadcasting of any kind, really. So basically, anywhere you can go to get information that is not under their strict control, they hate it. They despise it. They don't want you to have access to it. They want to put as many obstacles between you and that stuff as possible, to the point where you have this ignorant fucking wretch appearing on your screen and telling you, like looking you in the eye and telling you proudly, I'm anti-museum. Like, that should be more humiliating than shitting your fucking pants and the turd comes rolling, like the turd comes rolling out the bottom of the pants and it just kind of sits there. And then you just, instead of being embarrassed, you just stand by it and be like, yeah, I'm pro shitting my pants. This is that embarrassing. This is worse. Because you know what? A person who's shitting their pants At least maybe they get a little warmth out of it. What does this chick get from being anti-museum? Oh, I'm scared of learning things. I'm scared of information. I'm scared of knowledge. When people get knowledge, they start to have ideas. And ideas, that's the beginning of my weird regressive social agenda coming undone. They're literally intentionally trying to bring us to idiocracy. They look at idiocracy and they see a utopia. Like, you know how the guy in Idiocracy, I don't remember the main character's name, but the character from Idiocracy who is of very average intelligence, but in the world of Idiocracy, he's a fucking genius and they all need him. He's like indispensable because he just has an average IQ. That's what's going on here. All of these unimpressive people, all of these very intellectually unimpressive right-wing grifters like Candace Owens, who have average intelligence, are literally trying to bring about the idiocracy so that they can be impressive by comparison and they can control the narrative. Because if they make it dumb enough, they can be the smartest people in it. I mean, this is so twisted. Because this literally is going to be the destruction of fucking humanity. Like, these people, I don't care if this is seen as hyperbolic, because I will defend it as being completely accurate, a statement to make that these people are an existential threat to the survival of the human race. And, like, we should take them that seriously. I know it's hard to take seriously a person who looks you in the eye and says they're anti-museum. You shouldn't take them seriously. You shouldn't take their opinions that seriously. But you need to take them seriously as a threat. Because the more that these weird anti-intellectual, not even anti-intellectual, just anti-thinking on any level, anti-using your brain for anything other than consuming right-wing propaganda, it's risen to that level of absurdity. Or sunk to it. This is how we die, guys. This is how the human race goes bye-bye. We listen to people like this until society collapses because it's too dumb to function anymore. You look around America, what's wrong? What's wrong with us? Why is society crumbling? Why is society crumbling? It must be this economic cause or this, oh, it's because these trade disputes or this or that. No, it's none of those reasons. It's because we're becoming too dumb to function. Because we don't have an intelligent or informed populace, which means that we don't have an intelligent or informed leadership, which means that there are no voices of reason rising up, because a voice of reason, not saying that's me, by the way, but a hypothetical voice of reason out there in the world tries to stand up and say, like, hey, this is all bullshit. We should not be letting this go on. The way things are going now, we are going to destroy ourselves. We can't do anything. You realize what's tying our hands? The rope around your hands as you desperately flail for freedom so that you can do something about all of the atrocities you see going on around you in the world. That rope is made of stupidity. And if you want to see where stupidity is manufactured, look no further than these right-wing grifters propagating the most virulent strains of anti-thought, anti-intellectualism, anti-independent thinking, anti-emotional or intellectual expression, anti-human. This fucking monstrosity on the screen before you She is anti-human being. I want you to look at yourself for a second. You see these hands? You know what these are? These are human hands. You know those eyes you're seeing them with? Those are human eyes. You might have your criticisms of humanity. I do as well. But at the end of the day, I am a human being. And embracing a philosophy that is anti-human being seems a little bit counter-fucking-productive to me. Go figure. Anti-museum. You know what? She should fucking have to march across the whole goddamn country with a dunce cap stapled to her head. That is absurd. You are absurd, madam. I'm tired of you. I'm sick of you. Anyway, that's my warm-up story. So there's your first clip. Well, I'm going to be doing the clipping this time, so clip 1. Anti-museum is a position I never thought could be mainstream. I know, it's like I did a fucking double take when I even heard that nonsense. I was just like, what the fuck? What am I hearing right now? Anti-museum, a person that's gonna like literally tell me she's anti-museum? I don't know what to do with these people anymore. I don't know what to fucking do with them anymore. Speaking of museums, if anyone is in the LA area, visit the Cheech. It's Cheech's museum that celebrates Hispanic art, and it's awesome. Cool. I just got here, so I missed clip 1, but based on the tone in here, it was the dumbest shit ever, so I'll go back and watch. Yeah, you definitely should, because wow. Fucking goddamn wow, dude. Candace Owens, man. Are we misinterpreting her? No, not really. I mean, of course she's not going to come out and say the real reason she hates museums. I mean, to be fair, she comes up with some cover story about like, oh, misappropriation of public money, you know. But, you know, it's pretty fucking clear what her real objection is. It's just like conservatives never come at something directly. They always have some sort of false pretense. Like, you know, when they want to drum up public animosity against the gays, they frame it as like, oh, we don't hate gays, we're just concerned about children. You know, oh, when they want to censor library books, they don't fucking come out right out and say like, we want the power to censor books we don't like. They just say, oh, well, you know, we're concerned about the children. You know, and then when they want to get rid of museums, like, oh, we're concerned about the money. When you talk about social welfare programs, like, oh, well, you know, where are we going to get the money to pay for that? But there's never any question about where we're going to get the money to pay for that, all that Pentagon spending. There's never any question about like how we're going to pay for all these corporate subsidies we give out. That's all. We always just know just how to fucking come up with the money for that one. But when it comes to anything that's actually of use to the broader public at large, all of a sudden, oh, I'm so concerned. I'm so concerned about money. Oh, I became financially responsible all of a sudden. Candace Owens gauntlet? No. I don't think there's enough there, honestly. I mean, like, she's very boring for the most part. It's just like occasionally she'll say something incendiary that actually is fascinating to see and respond to. Like, I'm anti-museum. Well, I'm anti Candace Owens being allowed to eat. That's what I'm anti. How about that? Is that okay? Can I have that position? Don't put that in the clip. Future self. I know she has a boatload of really bad takes, even some that have gotten her in trouble with Ben Shapoopoo. She does make me want to do a racism. I mean, she's not... There's nothing about her race that fucking makes her as dumb as she is. Like, that has nothing to do with it. So don't do a racism because of it. But just acknowledge that she sucks. Be racist against the conservative race. Alex Jones Gauntlet. That's possible, I guess. That kind of his content is a little dangerous on YouTube. You know, you can still, if it's still there, so I guess it's not that big of a deal. But you know, if you do a 6-hour show where there's a bunch of them in it, like that might hit flags the wrong way or something. I'm anti-sobriety. We're all anti-sobriety here, sir. How about a Corey Feldman cringe gauntlet? A lot of his stuff is copyright protected, so that kind of makes it a little bit more difficult, you know? That one's a little harder for that reason, you know? But, you know, it's not impossible. Difficult, but not impossible. Difficult, but not impossible. Difficult, but not impossible. Difficult, but not impossible. I think we would die if we tried to do a Corey Feldman 6-hour fucking show. So, I don't know. Maybe it is impossible. Impossible to survive, anyway. That's not how that's spelled. That's angelic number 2, the core. I think the might be spelled with an A as well, but I'm not sure on that one. But I know it's a number 2. Angelic to the core. Corey Feldman did beat Jason in a fight. That's true. As a child. So... Dun 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 dun. All right. Let's have another response, okay? So this is a feminist take on sex workers are bad. Or not I mean, they're not saying sex workers are bad, I guess. They're saying that they're, you know, exploited, which some are, for sure. But anyway, let's take a look at it, because see if we have any objections or if we agree or whatever the hell. So using the term sex work is harmful even if you have good intentions. Here's why. All right. The term sex work gets people thinking about this issue in a capitalist framework that says work is a choice rather than coerced under an exploitative economy. Financial coercion is not considered real coercion. Therefore, sex work is not considered coerced sex, but voluntary sex. This is why their motto is sex work is work. Work exists under any system. Like, there is no... I'm not saying that the capitalist system isn't coercive and exploitative, because fucking very clearly it is. But there is no social configuration wherein work has become obsolete. Even if you are like, I reject all of society and I am going off into the woods. You know, I'm just going to live my own life out there in the jungles or whatever the fuck. You're still going to have to do work, in the sense of you're going to have to labor to feed yourself. There's no set of conditions wherein, I mean, there's sets of conditions wherein some people don't have to work, but there's no set of conditions in which no one has to work, other than like a far-flung future scenario where machines literally have got everything covered and we're just like pampered objects that exist to experience like whatever life's pleasures are, and very few of its pains unless we want to. And, we just kind of like live the Wall-E existence or something. But until that day, yeah, human labor is necessary for any society, any social or economic configuration. Work is not some inherent property of capitalism. So already wrong. So when it comes to like sex work, when it comes to like, hey, work is essentially necessary for a society because there are going to be different needs in a society. And somehow those needs are going to have to be filled, and usually those needs are filled by other human beings. One of the needs that is always going to exist in society is there are going to be men who want to get laid, who maybe are not so good at it. Maybe they don't have the social skills. Maybe they just don't feel like dealing with the hassle. Maybe they're just too fucking busy. Whatever the case may be, they want sex, but they don't want to have to go through the rituals of sort of wooing a woman or, whatever the fuck else. Or they don't want a relationship. They just want the sexual transaction. Whatever the reason for their desires, there's always going to be men who want sex. There's always going to be women who want sex too, but it's a little bit easier because they can usually get it pretty easily. So typically speaking, men are the ones who are like in need of this service. And as long as there is that service, there's going to be women who are going to rise to the occasion and service that function. And men too, by the way, because a lot of these dudes are gay as well. But there's always going to be, as long as there is a human need for some sort of, anonymous, fucking low relationship, sexual contact, just like, hey, let's meet, here's sex, here's money, boom. That's always going to exist in any system. Even if you have a system without money, there's still going to be some form of exchange where it's like, I will give you sex in exchange for this. You will give me this in exchange for sex. People are always going to come to that arrangement. Human beings have done these sorts of trades for all of time. And like prostitution in particular is called the world's oldest profession for a reason. I don't know that it actually is. I would assume it's probably a very early profession. I don't know if it's the first profession. But, as long as there are human beings who want sex and there are human beings who are willing to give sex in exchange for something, there is going to be sex work. And it shouldn't be stigmatized. It shouldn't be treated as any different than any other form of trade. So, yeah, already just like pretty much dog shit, in my opinion. Like, I don't know. This strikes me as really stupid so far, but we'll see. Maybe it gets smarter. The sex work and sex trafficking binary is a false dichotomy popularized by police, prosecutors, and sex trade expansion activists. In reality, the sex trade is a spectrum. It is not a rigid binary between free will and sex trafficking. The binary originated from sexist criminal laws that view prostitutes as agents making bad choices, like how many Westerners see global South countries are poorly led rather than under financial coercion by the IMF and global North. So, if I'm understanding this right, yeah, I mean, this is true. It's true that there's two ends of a spectrum when it comes to sex work. If this is what's essentially being said, then I agree with it. There's two ends of the spectrum when it comes to sex work. There are sex workers who are very much like cognizant of the decision they're making and are not under like any sort of immense coercive pressure. They just want to do this kind of work. And then there are people who are under a tremendous amount of coercive pressure, and it's like are in a desperate situation, and this is the only thing they can fucking think to do to survive, to pay for a chemical dependency, or, it's the fastest way to make money where they are in an economically depressed area, or whatever the case may be. There's always going to be people who are forced into that line of work by circumstances. And then there's a binary, it's not a binary, there's a spectrum of things along that journey, from absolute like forced into sex work by desperation, or even forced in by like some form of sexual slavery, versus, you know, I love this. This is my dream job, basically. So that is a spectrum, but like, I don't understand if it's a spectrum, then like, surely we can make a differentiation between like instances where a person is doing it of their own volition and instances where there are these coercive elements present, right? But like, if you're going to fucking get into that, then like this goes well beyond sex work, because I hate to tell you guys, but a lot of people out there are doing jobs they fucking hate, right? It's not just sex workers that are doing it. I don't know why their job in particular needs to be singled out for like special examination when there are literally countless people, workers in all fields and industries that are, you know, that are doing this stuff. I mean, like, that are doing stuff they hate so that they can pay bills and keep the lights on. You know, it's not just sex workers. And that, to me, is why it's so important to call them sex workers. To make the statement, hey, these people are working for a living. This is not some sort of like other entity that's come into the system that's like a total exception. Like the sex worker is about normalizing that is an industry. That is a job. And in the same way that all other jobs need to be reformed, in the same way that workers need to be empowered, you know, workers of the world unite includes sex workers, right? So if you're a leftist and you believe workers of the world unite, you know, you have nothing to lose but your chains. Including sex workers in that is extremely important. Creating them as some other class, some other sort of a form of being that is separate from this coercive work dynamic that exists now, you're basically othering them at that point. And you're putting up a blockade between them and the civil liberties and protections that they desperately need. So to me, this is nothing more than like old-fashioned pearl-clutching prudishness wearing a thin veneer of leftism. I wouldn't be surprised to learn that this person's a TERF, by the way. Not saying they are, I don't know. Just wouldn't be surprised. Sex work, as it's used by sex trade expansionists, weird terminology, by the way. I don't know that there's anyone doing that other than like pimps, maybe, can only truly describe the tiny fraction of financially secure people in the sex trade. Sex trafficking is a legal construct that can only be used for one, minors, and two, adults who are forced or tricked into to prostitute for another person. The vast majority of people in sex trade meet the legal criteria for sex trafficking, or are selling sex due to some form of financial coercion. And coerced sex is bad, actually. It can cause disassociation, self-loathing, disease, depression, PTSD, drug addiction, and suicide. For each person harmed, our community is never the same. Well, you know, if you want to alleviate that, first of all, I mean, you don't cite any sort of actual data on any of this, so we're just taking it at face value, but we really shouldn't. I just don't feel like stopping the stream to go do some research to see like how much of this actually holds up to scrutiny. I suspect probably not much of it, but if there's a problem with people who are in desperate financial situations and they have to enter the sex trade to pay bills when they really don't want to do that, they find themselves in the same position as tons of other Americans who do jobs that they also hate, that they don't really want to do, and they're not fairly compensated for. So it seems to me that if you're going to put that out there, then you have to then acknowledge that the problem is not the job. The problem is the poverty that coerces people into doing jobs they don't like or don't want. Like, the problem is that coercive element of either you need to make this money or you die, that needs to be dealt with. And that will solve the problem, right? So once again, you've decided to isolate sex work from all other work and treat it by a different standard. And the only reason a person would do that, in my opinion, is if they just have a prudish hatred of sex and sex workers. That's what I really fucking read into this. What about the argument that sex work is not a human rights violation because it is consensual? People will consent to anything to survive. Consent and coercion can exist. Coercion voids consent. I mean, that's true. But once again, by your own admission, it's on a fucking gradient. Like, you know, work or die is not something invented by capitalism. If you're a farmer, you know, 1,000 years ago, and you decide I am no longer going to till my fields or tend to them or, you know, harvest or anything, that farmer is going to starve to death. He's not going to starve to death because of some human coercive system that's been created. He's going to starve to death because he refuses to do the labor that facilitates his existence. You know? And when you take things into the level of society, there has to be some mechanism to motivate people to work. I agree that the current paradigm is hideous and definitely is in dire need of replacement. But there's always going to be a coercive element at present. So then by that standard, consent just flat out doesn't even exist. You know, and that's too postmodern even for my ass. Even for my moral ambiguity ass, I think the concept of consent has to be allowed to exist somewhere. And by your standard, any coercive element present in any aspect of society, like you've basically defined coercion here as like anything that any external force that pushes you slightly in any direction. Well, that's called life. There's always going to be elements that are acting upon you in this world. So we have to make a distinction about how directly those elements are impacting you and to what extent. Obviously, if someone is like coerced, like I'm going to, you know, leak this embarrassing, you know, tape of you unless you have sex with me, ha ha ha. That is like that sort of direct coercion obviously invalidates consent. But I don't think that you can say like a person who's like, I need a job in this economy. Oh, what am I going to do? You know, I am pretty hot. Maybe I could suck dick for a living. I've always liked doing that. I'm going to make that my fucking job, actually. That sounds cool. If that person wants to do that, like, was that person coerced simply because the whole thing started with a problem of like, need to figure out some way to make money? I don't think so. I think that's pretty far-fetched. By that standard, none of us consent to anything. Like, if you're going to take this, I think if you take this argument to its natural conclusion, you're eventually just going to fucking succumb to this stupid anti-natalism bullshit. And you're just going to fucking sit around moping about how no one asked to be born, like a crybaby. I don't know. This strikes me as like really weak. What about using the term sex work to destigmatize people selling sex themselves? The term sex work is only capable of removing stigma from pimps and sex buyers, not people selling sex. Why? Why? Explain your reasoning. Oh, you are. Okay, sorry. This is because prostituting is seen as a woman's role in a sexist society. Not really. I mean, it's seen as a role primarily filled by women because, all right, so like once again, just basic fact of society here that I guess we're not going to acknowledge. There's a lot more horny, desperate men than there are horny, desperate women. You know, because a woman, regardless of attractiveness level, can pretty much always find some guy that's going to have sex with her if that's what she really wants. A guy is not always going to have that guarantee. A man is always going to struggle more to get a woman than a woman is going to struggle to get a man. And that's regardless of like even if you do like a post-gender society where woman and man are not really these like strongly defined concepts anymore. There's maybe a vague sense of feminine and masculine that's kind of like a holdover. But even in that configuration, I think on some level it's always going to be easier to get laid if you're a curvy woman with a pussy than if you're a frumpy dude with a dick. You know, whatever words you apply to it, I think that's just always going to be so. So there's just not as much of a demand for women to seek out prostitutes because it's way easier for them to get laid whenever they need to. For men, there might be more of a reason to turn to that sort of like financial route. Oopsie daisy. Did I skip that too quick? It is totally delusional to believe that disrespect against prostitutes will end with a thoroughly misogynistic industry and society. The act of buying sex is an act of misogyny and a callous exploitation of the vulnerability. Well, then buying a sandwich from that guy that doesn't really want to be working at Subway is the same thing. Going to Walgreens and buying a fucking Arizona tea from a clerk that doesn't want to be there, same thing. Getting in an Uber driven by someone who's only driving Uber because they can't make ends meet otherwise, same thing. Ordering DoorDash, same thing. It's all the same thing. So, you know, once again, yeah, should it be addressed? Sure, but it should be addressed systemically because there's nothing special or unique or different about sex work versus any of those other things other than it skeeves you out more. That's it. Basically, you're basically making an extrapolation based on your own personal feelings of revulsion. You don't like sex work. Therefore, all of these critiques that could be made on a social scale are instead being made to seem as if they apply exclusively to sex work, so you can make that case against it. There's no fucking support for anything you're saying here. Sorry to mansplain, by the way. If you think sex work will destigmatize people selling sex, look at real-life examples in places that have had a legal sex trade and have used sex work language for decades. In New Zealand, Germany, and the Netherlands, there continues to be a sexist double standard of stigma against sex workers, overwhelmingly women, and acceptance of sex buyers, overwhelmingly men. The sex trade is considered legitimate, yet being a sex worker is still met with hatred and discrimination, especially by those who see it as a free choice. I don't know to what extent that's a problem. I mean, you haven't cited anything here once again. You're just saying, like, look at these countries. Oh, my God, it's so bad there. But we don't know. You're not providing any data. There's not like, you know, recent polls say that, you know, 92% of Germans would not want their daughter growing up to be a sex worker or something like that. Where it's like, oh, look, see, people still hate them. I just, you know, I get it. There's still like a stigma here in America around, like, we don't have legal prostitution, obviously, but there's like strippers and you know, other sex workers like that do that kind of work. And, you know, their careers are often maligned. Their careers are often, you know, looked at with scorn and derision by a lot of people. But, you know, I think that you're one of those people. It seems to me that you hold sex workers in low regard. While pretending that you're fighting for them, you're actually trying to diminish their work and say that they're not really workers. All on the basis of some flimsy, like, I don't know, like garden variety babies first leftism bullshit that could be applied to literally any fucking low-paying shitty job in our economy. But, you know, I do agree with you, though, that people who work in the sex industry are still unfairly maligned and are still regarded in a disparaging way by a lot of people. And I think those people suck. And frankly, I think that, you know, when you create a document like this that continuously seems to remove sex workers from the paradigm of work, and you sort of remove them from the class struggle that's going on in this country, you're a piece of shit and you're contributing to the fucking problem. Like, fuck you. You're not a feminist. You're not a feminist. You're anti-woman. You're anti-freedom. You're anti-sex. You're just a prude. You're just another goddamn prude but you figured out some other ideology that you could sink your teeth into and spin a little web of sophistry to ensnare stupid people. Well, fuck you, I'm on to you. Anyway. In places with a legal sex trade, most sex workers still hide what they do. Sex workers still lose their day jobs. If outed, sex workers still face assault, theft, and murder by sex buyers and pimps 24/7. I am pretty sure that there is a much higher instance. I'm going to go ahead and just say this is true without even looking it up because I'm so confident. And if I'm wrong, you have the perfect opportunity to destroy me with it. But I'm willing to say that there is a far less instance of sex workers being assaulted, beaten, and murdered in countries where it is legal and above board versus countries where it is underground. I'm willing to bet that when sex work is black market, a lot more violence and exploitation happens. That would be my guess. I'm pretty confident in that guess. So it seems like you've conveniently sort of left that out, as you seem to have left out, I don't know, any sort of actual statistics to back it up. I mean, I'm responding to this impromptu. I have an excuse for not having a bunch of facts at hand. You wrote this garbage out. You could have thrown some statistics in there to actually back up your points if you wanted to. You just clearly didn't want to. You'd rather just be like, oh, well, you know, everybody knows. While some people in prostitution may feel dignified by the term sex worker and incorrectly believe that stigma is caused solely by policy, language, and legalization won't protect them from violence and animus, ending institutional stigma won't end interpersonal, and community stigma. We can begin to reduce public and self-stigma by sharing factual information about the conditions of the sex trade and by only decriminalizing people selling sex themselves. So I have nothing to base. I mean, this is just based on a lie. I mean, we all know. We all just know inherently that this is bullshit because there's no way that sex workers are equally likely to get assaulted, murdered, and beaten in a country where it's legal. Like, we all know that's just a lie. We know that that you definitely see reduced instances of all of those things. I mean, like, come on. I'm gonna look it up. Violence against prostitutes in Germany. Let's see. Shortcomings of contemporary abolitionism. All right, let's see what's going on here. Seems to be an article about this. Let's take a quick look, see if it supports what I'm saying. Contemporary abolitionism, as described above, is the wrong approach to both prostitution and human trafficking for a number of reasons. First, describing prostitution as violence against women is a one-size-fits-all approach that generalizes prostitution and forces all of its manifestations into one single category. This prevents abolitionism from even conceiving of the many different and complex experiences both sex workers and victims of human trafficking face. Sex workers have many reasons for offering sexual services. True, some might not be happy with sex work, but they may be even less satisfied with other job opportunities that are open to them in their own countries. Similarly, human trafficking may be fueled by migration or labor regimes that make the lives of migrants vulnerable rather than by actual violence. Second, abolitionism does not solve the problem of violence, which more often than not stems from the criminalization of sex workers and migrants and the lack of rights that goes with that. In fact, research has shown that criminalization of sex workers makes them more vulnerable to instances of abuse and exploitation, including human trafficking. So basically, in your article where you're pretending that you're against human trafficking, you're actually for it because the policy you advocate would make it worse. Second, abolitionism does not, we already read that part, treated as criminals, victims of human trafficking for sexual exploitation risk remaining undetected and even further victimized by prison sentences. This has been the case in the recent FBI sting operation in the U.S. where minors were arrested for prostitution. In the name of abolition, feminists and abolitionist organizations have supported police raids and police action in the fight against human trafficking. This is true even for those countries where the police is infamously corrupt and prone to abuse and sexually assaulting vulnerable populations such as sex workers. without ever being punished. Such policies hurt sex workers and victims of human trafficking alike, and most certainly they should not be called feminist. Yeah, I pretty much came to that conclusion a minute ago myself. Article. So anyway, let's see how. I know they're going to talk about what Germany's done with this. The German model. When it comes to Germany, both national and international media have been keen to find anything that might cast doubt on the effectiveness of Germany's liberal approach to prostitution and declare its failure. Especially in countries with a traditionally repressive stance towards prostitution and sex work, critics of liberal policies, including abolitionists, use the news of the presumed failure of the German system to oppose decriminalization of sex workers and recognition as labor. Technically, prostitution was never really prohibited except for a few years in the middle of the 19th century. However, while considered to be immoral, prostitution has been tolerated and regulated in different ways throughout the past century and even to this day. In fact, the federal structure of Germany's legislation still makes it hard to know where prostitution is actually legal and where it is not. Yes, prostitution is de jure illegal in many places. Until 1927, female prostitutes were forced to register with the police, allowing them to work freely, while at the same time being denied other citizens' rights, such as free movement. Even when they were not working, with strong support from early abolitionist women's movement, prostitution was completely decriminalized in 1927, as police control was seen as a violation of women's human rights. From 1927 until the most recent prostitution law, sex workers were forced to register with healthcare offices where they could be forced to undergo health checks even without their consent, a law that was abandoned before the new prostitution law was passed. As it turns out, the percentage of sex workers having sexually transmitted disease was not higher from that of the average population. Since 1964, income of female prostitutes has been liable to taxation. While they had no rights to Social Security, health insurance, and other labor rights until the new laws passed in 2002, brothels also existed in the 20th century in Germany, even if at times they were illegal. The police tolerated them in order to better control the prostitution scene. When prostitution was legalized in 2002, it had been de facto legal for a long time, at least since 1927. Today, prostitution is not legal everywhere in Germany. Most states prohibit prostitution in areas close to schools, churches, hospitals, or residential areas, and most cities have defined restricted areas and times where and when prostitution is not allowed. Some declare the whole city is a restricted area, mostly with the exception of dark or dangerous outskirts, or allow prostitution only during the night. Furthermore, most states prohibit prostitution in cities with less than 30,000 inhabitants. This makes prostitution de facto illegal in most places and at most times, and sex workers receive fines and jail sentences if they violate the restrictions. So yeah, the German model is not all that great either. It's a little bit better than ours, but it's still fucking horrible. It still forces women to like go to the dark outskirts of town, all because people just won't accept that prostitution is going to happen. All because people won't accept like sex work as legitimate fucking labor, even after all this time. So yeah, the German model also sucks, but it doesn't. It just shows that like it's the restrictions that are the fucking problem, you know. And it's fucking trying to treat legitimate sex work as though it's tantamount to human trafficking, and trying to like blur those lines between the two is really fucking shady. And really fucking unfair to people who make their living that way. Like this fucking othering of sex workers and this dehumanization of sex workers is like some of the most fucked up shit I've ever seen. I can't believe that humanity is still in this place where these people are treated as like second-class citizens, and there's all these weird things in place to force them to conform to like some like misguided sense of moral purity, all based on the fucking whims and repulsions of these prudes. The term sex worker whitewashes reality. No, it's accurate to reality because that's what they are. They're workers. And centers the least common experience. It is also offensive to many people in prostitution because allows people camming, stripping, and modeling who haven't actually prostituted to speak for those who have. One SWIW advocate has even claimed mothers are sex workers. I think we can all understand who's a sex worker and who isn't. A mother is not a fucking sex worker. I get the logic behind it, by the way. It's pretty absurd, but I get it. A stripper is a sex worker. Modeling, no, I wouldn't say that's necessarily a sex worker, but if they're doing like a lot of like nude modeling with a lot of like, you know, erotic scenes, then yes, it is a sex worker. Yeah, not every form of sex work is prostitution, but prostitution is one of many forms of sex work. So I don't really get this. It's like saying, you know, not everyone who works in the entertainment industry is like, yeah, there's actors that get paid $20 million, and then there's like the gopher that gets paid shit. You know, but they're all in the entertainment industry, right? It's just having a fucking shorthand term for an industry. It's not about saying that they all do the same job and have the same identical experience. Like, come on. Let's remember that this American libertarian white woman is the person who coined the term sex work. Her goal was to expand the military prostitution complex. What a fucking terrible argument. This just reminds me of when you hear like one of these weird conservatives or TERFs talk about like, oh man, the dude who invented the term gender was a fucking sicko, bro. It's like, I don't care. Who the hell gives a shit? Like a lot of people who have invented things in society or who have like, you know, come up with ideas that revolutionize the way we do things are not fucking perfect. A lot of people are fucked up. That doesn't invalidate the idea, you nitwit. So just because the word sex worker was coined by someone you don't like, that's supposed to mean something? You know, oh, well, she was a libertarian. Oh, no. You disagree with her on some things, therefore you should just disagree with her on everything, even if it doesn't make sense and it can't hold water and it's not a cogent thought whatsoever. Okay, good for you. I'm paid to write erotic fiction. I guess I'm technically a sex worker. I would say that's an edge case. No pun intended. I don't know. I don't know about that one. I think I don't know. I would say that falls more under the category of writer than it does under the category of sex worker. There's some intersection, but I think it's pretty comfortably in one over the other. Only if you bust a nut on every copy. True. Truth. Shutters. What's happening? Most sex workers are not making six figures. Yeah, no. Some are. I love you guys. You guys are wonderful. Mm-hmm. Dun 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 dun. Kid Wizard was enlightening me of the horrors of cam girl DMs. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. That's definitely true. I mean, you don't even have to be a fucking cam girl. I just see like shit that gets sent to just like Chelsea just for like existing in the world, you know? She'd be like, look at this fucking crazy fuck. I'm gonna look at it like, God damn. The fuck? These dudes, on top of just being awkward as hell, they just got no fucking game. And they just think like, man, you know how you get a woman? Fucking just like go up to her and be like, oh my God, please do my weird fetish. Please, please, please. No introduction. No hi, how you doing? Just like, throw pies at my butt, mistress. All right. You know, maybe, I don't know, 15 minutes to suss that out first. I don't know, you know, So what do you think about, you know, pies on butts? What's your opinion on that subject? I don't really know. Oh. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people like that sort of thing, you know, I don't know. Jerking off is sex work. Change my mind. I mean, if you do it for money, I mean, I guess you are doing it, you know, and really, if you think about it, you're being sex trafficked because there's an element of coercion. You know, your balls are all like, oh man, you know, I'm all full. And then you start to feel that horny feeling. And it's like, oh man, I'm being coerced by the biology of my body to have this orgasm. And now I got to deal with that. So really, I'm being coerced into it. So really, I did not consent to masturbation. And honestly, I feel like I am being sex trafficked to myself. And I should be held accountable, God damn it. Makes sense to me. How do I get a girlfriend? Oh, I'll DM every woman on Twitter my dick. You better have a pretty impressive dick. That's all I'm going to say. You know, you better have a fucking pretty goddamn... You better have a fucking slobber knocker of a fucking cock. You better be packing something fucking beautiful. If that's the case, then you legitimately... I mean, I know women are all don't send dick pics and all this, but if you have a truly magnificent cock, I'm not saying you should do this, but you will get laid eventually if you just throw that out there. Here's my giant, beautiful dick. Here it is, here it is, here it is, here it is, here it is. Eventually some bitch is going to be like, ooh, goddamn. Don't do that, though. Because 99 out of 100 are going to be like, God damn it, I don't want that. Doesn't matter. Even the most beautiful dick in existence, 99 women out of 100 are still going to be like, ugh. They'd rather see the fucking unimpressive dick of a dude they like than that dick. It's just a fact. Men are not the same way. Men are like, God damn, look at that. Ooh, look at them titties. Look at that ass. Look at that pussy. Look at this. Look at that. Look. Be the most fucking regressive, stupid, evil bitch in the world that he hates. He'd still be like, God damn, nice titties, though. I mean, she did kill my whole family, but fucking goddamn. Nice goddamn titties. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, our next video we got coming up in a second here is some Christian bullshit about how slugs prove there's a God, but I'm in no rush. I know we're gonna be here for a minute, so I'm more than happy to just sit here and fuck around with you guys for a minute. I don't care. TJ rate my dick. 7 out of 10. I'd love to receive labia pics. Okay. I don't have any, but you know. 2 messages I get every single week on IG are hello beautiful or an offer to send me stuff to promote some random business. Send me boobs. Yeah. By the way, did you finish reading those 2 chapters I sent you or whatever? 7 out of 10 is acceptable. I mean, it's nice, but you know, it's not like gargantuan. And like, I'm definitely into that like giant fucking dick stuff. So like if I'm going to like a dick, I want it to be big. I want to be like threateningly big. I want it to frighten me. Oh yeah, a creature that will dry out and fucking die if it touches salt is just top-notch intelligent design. Yep. I sent my notes before I joined the stream. Oh, sweet. KT, I know your size. Can I film my PV? No, you're fine. Your dick is fine. It's a fine size. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just like into fucking like crazy Dragon Ball Z level weird earth-shattering dicks, you know? It's fine. I mean, it is. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Elephant or get the fuck out. Yeah. TJ the hyperfan. Yeah. I want to do a Bruce Almighty where I blaspheme so much God shows up and challenges me to do better, and then I do. Dude, that'd be a fucking great goddamn movie. Someone needs to fucking fund that. You know? Just do a Bruce Almighty, but it goes the other way. It's like, all right. First of all, this ain't happening no more. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking rape this bitch. No, you're not. You're Thanos'd away. I'm gonna vote for Trump. No, you're not. Thanos'd away. I'm gonna go 2 tickets for Transformers fucking 79, please. Nope. Vanished away. All gone. Bye-bye. Prune it, prune it, prune it. Sometimes the tree needs to be watered. Sometimes the tree needs to be pruned. We are at the pruning stage. I want a sequel where the devil tells him to do his job. Yeah. You might like those fucking God damn it. I can't remember. Whatever, fuck it. I want a sequel where the devil tells. Yeah, I read that. That's what I just reacting to, but I don't even remember what the fuck I was gonna say. Those George Burns movies, you know, where he's like God. You might be into those. I don't know. Excuse me. No, it's not Bedazzled. It's like, it's called like Oh God, and there's like one that's like Oh God, You Devil, or some shit. There's a bunch of wacky ass bullshit. Bunch of wacky ass motherfucking goddamn no good bullshit, motherfuckers. Anyway, let's find out how slugs prove God or whatever the fucking hell. All right. So we're about to watch a video called This Is How Slugs Prove That God Exists. Let's check it out. Here we go. I'm going to put myself here. Probably be a little smaller too. Like maybe like this. That seems right.
You know, God told us to take dominion over creation in the book of...
You know, God told us to take dominion over creation. And then you play the music so loud that you can barely even hear that dude talking. Maybe God should have told you to take dominion over the volume of your music.
Genesis. That means to study, understand, and control it. Now, why? Because we can learn so much from it.
I'm not trying to disparage this dude, okay? I mean, I am because he fucking sucks. But, like, I'm not trying to disparage him in this way. But I'm just going to tell you my first impression of him, and you tell me I'm fucking wrong about this. This dude looks like an initially trustworthy character from a TV show that later ends up betraying the main character. Turns out he's the bad guy, or he's working with the bad guy. You know? If you trust him with your kids, he molests your kids. If you trust him with your wife, he rapes your wife. If you trust him with the fucking secret code, don't give these to the Nazis at any point. That's when you find out, you know, the fucking, he's a Sig Heil son of a bitch. This is just that guy. This is the movie betrayer. This is the guy that's going to do the bad. This is the guy that's like, initially, he's the trustworthy. Oh man, Bill, we've known you for years. Then it turns out, he was a liar the whole time.
I mean, we can even learn from a slug. A slug, you say?
What a delivery. I mean, we could even learn from a slug. A slug, you say? That's right, Jim. A garden variety garden slug.
Yeah. It turns out that there's a certain kind
I
of...
love that the audience he's trying to, like, appeal to is a group of people that would be incredulous that they could learn anything about a slug. Like, can you really learn something from a slug? It's like any intellectually curious person already knew that you could. So it's very weird. Like, you're clearly trying to talk to people who are so ignorant that they would poo-poo information garnered from observing a slug. Like, observing anything in this world, you can learn things. And you know, one thing I don't learn observing the behavior of a slug is that God is real. I learn an awful lot about slugs. Don't learn too much about God, though.
Slug that lives in northern Europe, that slugs, when they move, they leave a slime trail. It's just kind of a sticky, gooey, watery thing. You can actually see their trail as they're crawling along. Well, scientists started to study...
Really? I did not know that. True facts, y'all. The more you know. Did you guys know that slugs leave a trail? Therefore, Jesus. This has been a presentation of Moron Ministries. It's like, all right, great.
This slug from Europe, and they realized their slime is very, very elastic, which means you can stretch it and it'll snap back, and very, very sticky. Now, for years, scientists have...
I'm still waiting around, man. This video is going to take a major turn at some point to get to God, huh? Because we started off with like, did you know slugs leave a trail? Did you know that the mucus trail the slug leaves behind is very sticky? It's very sticky. It's like, okay, what you got for me? How's this prove God?
Have used things like super glue to bind up wounds.
Okay.
And they thought, it's a little toxic and it turns a little brittle. What we need is a really flexible glue that will stay sticky. And they discovered this slug slime and thought, these has the perfect characteristics for glue. Now, don't get too excited about, having some slug slime slapped onto your cut, because it takes a lot of slugs to form enough slime to fit the market. And, slug slime farms aren't exactly practical because the slugs...
What are we doing here? Hey, guy, you want to bring this around to some kind of point for me? Because, I am not seeing how we're going to get from where we are to the existence of God. I mean, I kind of thought I did see it for a second when you were going to tell me, oh, man, it turns out this slug's slime is perfect for closing wounds. And then you were going to tell me, oh, that's because God made it that way. What a wonderful God. He hid a little Easter egg for us in the slug slime. But now you're saying, it's very impractical, actually. So, that can't be it, right?
Only exude this kind of slime when they're scared, because they don't want birds.
So we have to put a bunch of slugs in a box and then terrify them until they secrete enough glue for us to do what we could more easily do with a fucking suture in the first place. Okay. True. Glory unto God. Praise be his name. What? Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. That's insane.
Birds, if a bird's flying overhead, out comes the sticky slug slime glue.
Uh-huh.
And if the bird comes and tries to pull the...
We are 1 minute and 31 seconds into this 2 minute and 22 second video, and we still have no idea how any of this pertains to God.
The slug off the sidewalk, it's stuck to the sidewalk. So the only way to get the sticky glue is to scare the slugs.
Uh-huh.
And slug slime farms aren't exactly practical.
You already said that. Wasn't this edited? Couldn't you say that once? Couldn't you cut out repeat instances? Do we really need you to tell us that slug slime farms aren't practical twice in a row in the 2 minute goddamn 22 second video?
You set up a movie theater, you put all your slugs on the seats, and you show them movies of scary birds. And
oh my God, this is so fucking hilarious. Thank you so much for this comedic imagery. Wow. Take the slugs to the movie theater, show them the horror movie called Bird Attack. Show them the Birds by Alfred Hitchcock. Oh my God, bugs. Slugs hate birds, and it scares them, and they fucking piss out their glue. Ah, yes. Glory to God.
And then you scrape the slug slime sticky glue off the seats. Not exactly practical.
Dude, if I had proof of God, I feel, and it was man, I'm going to prove God. This video doesn't claim to just have some evidence to suggest God. It claims it proves God. I feel like I'd throw that in there, pretty early on. Guys, I've proven God. Here it is. Here's the proof. But instead, 1 minute, 54 seconds thus far of learning about slugs. Not even really learning much, just learning that slugs leave slime trails. And I guess those slime trails might have some medical applicability. And that's all we've learned.
So what do? They figured out how to synthesize it.
Wow.
And we now have the formula for sticky slug slime glue that is currently being used to seal up wounds. Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
Because we figured out what God did first.
That is your proof of God? That's it? We saw something in nature and then emulated it. Therefore, God exists. Okay. You see how when I just like say it out like that, it doesn't actually prove anything other than the existence of nature and us? Like, we exist. Like, failing some brain in a vat hypothesis, human beings exist, nature exists, none of this is in dispute. Hey, something in nature that might be useful to us. It's not practical to fucking harvest it from the snails themselves, slugs themselves. So what we'll do is we'll synthesize it. Bam. Oh, that proves God, though. How does that prove God? In what way? By what logic?
So we can learn from creation, develop products that benefit us in a multitude of ways, even slug slime glue. You know, God,
Dude, my first impression of that guy was exactly right. Because he shows up, he is the betrayer. Because he shows up to teach you about snails. And then he drops this weird God bomb at the very end, and it's like inscrutably bad logic, holds zero water, makes no goddamn sense, but it's just there. It's like, by the way, God is real. If you like these fun facts about slugs, you have no choice but to accept my definitive proof of God. Like, all right, bro. That's interesting hypothesis, man. You made me think there. It was really a challenge. Oops. God damn it. There we go. What is all this vacuuming? Why now? You guys can't hear that, right? Can you hear that vacuuming? I don't know. Hopefully not. Okay, I guess no one can hear it, so whatever. It doesn't matter, I suppose. Next, we got a long one. All that shit I did just now was really just warm-ups. Our next one, we got a big, long 12-minute video, so I'm definitely going to take a little space before that. I ain't going to just jump right into that garbage. Screw that garbage. Screw that shit. Dun 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 dun. I don't really have any crazy weather right now. Pretty crazy hailstorm a few days ago. That was pretty wild, but that's about it. Nothing too major. Dun, 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 dun. Excuse me, sorry. You guys can feel free to like say stuff if you want. I mean, I don't know. You don't have to just sit there in silence. You feel free to like say things that I can respond to or react to in some way. You know? Might be nice. I don't know. Stuff. Thanks. You done it. You really done it good. You know, I was disappointed there for a minute, but then you came through. I'm busy. No. No, you're not. Get unbusy. It's time to relinquish busyness. Where's Scooter and the Hog? I assume that they're at home, resting peacefully, awaiting the next show. Sorry, I'm driving right now. You goddamn piece of crap. All right, fine. I guess you guys aren't going to give me any shelter from this storm, so I either have to come up with something to talk about on my own, or I have to watch this goddamn Glen Beck clip. Remember Glen Beck? I got a 12-minute Glen Beck video. Bring back the chalkboard. Bring back the chalkboard. Bring back the chalkboard. Bring back the chalkboard. It's time for Glen Beck to explain some things. It's time for Glen Beck to let us all know. Glen Beck is such a weird fucking guy. Weird host. Because Glen Beck went from being one of the most controversial Fox News hosts ever, that went so far with his rhetoric that Fox News eventually canceled his show. You know, he was like, thought of as like, oh my God, he goes too far. He's like, he's crazy. He's crazy. And now, without even really moving much from that position that he held then, he's now just kind of like one of the most milquetoast ones you got. He went from the most dangerous right-wing guy to like the most like little dick energy right-wing guy in a fucking heartbeat. Not a heartbeat, I guess. It took a few years, but man, can we watch 2 hours of paint drying instead? You know, normally I would not pull Glen Beck for the exact reason you just spoke about, but how can I not get behind a video whose title is "The Destruction of Eternal Truth is Hurting Your Kids"? Like, am I the only one who sees the massive glaring contradiction right there in the very title of this video? If it's eternal truth, it can't be destroyed. And if it can be destroyed, it's not eternal truth. So, what's going on? All I needed to see was the title to know. Not only that, so many of these right-wing dudes over the years have gotten these custom-made, you know, microphones or microphone covers. And I have to say, Glen Beck's is by far and easily the lamest one I've ever seen. First of all, like the fact that it's all white, like how is that supposed to contrast with your pale ass? At least like do like what Rush Limbaugh did. Rush Limbaugh had like a gold microphone, didn't he? It looked actually kind of cool. I mean, you know, he's a right-wing degenerate fucking scumbag piece of crap, but like, you know, he at least had a cool microphone. It was at least kind of entertaining to watch. I mean, look at this. Hey, he's got like a golden RE20 or something. I think that's an RE20. It looks like one. It's like a special RE20 made just for freaking Rush Limbaugh. Look. Look at that. You know, he's got a gold mic. He's smoking a cigar, you know? Not only that, you know, I guess now that Rush Limbaugh's dead, I could tell you some of the things I liked about Rush Limbaugh, because he's dead now and no one really remembers him or cares. You know, these figures like Rush Limbaugh are so ephemeral. Like the second that they're not on the airwaves anymore, they kind of fucking fall by the wayside. But here's a few things that Rush actually did that are kind of worth a fuck. All right? First of all, he looks like a dude. You know, Glen Beck doesn't look like no dude I see out there in the world. He looks soft as a goddamn marshmallow. Freaking Rush Limbaugh looks like a real ass goddamn dude out there in the world. Second of all, man had a drug addiction. Now, I don't admire the way that he apologized for it and cried about it and, you know, was a total hypocrite about it. But I do admire the way that he had a drug problem in the first place, because that's pretty cool. It's pretty metal, you know? And then the other thing that I like about Rush Limbaugh is he's got a golden microphone, you know? Golden microphone, smoking a stogie right there in his studio, blowing that smoke right into that microphone as he talks about the damn liberals destroying America, you know? And it's like, you know, he's gold microphone, and he's the gold standard for right-wing hate mongers, man. Because you see this sad sack of shit compared to Rush Limbaugh, like, you know, it's like, is there ever, I don't even believe in the whole alpha beta thing. I think that's like a lot of fucking hooey and shit. But like, if there is such a thing, like, you know, in the field of right-wing hate mongering radio douchebags, tell me that this is not the alpha and this is not the fucking beta, right? Rush Limbaugh looks like a poor man's Tony Soprano lighting up a fucking stogie about to go off on some ignorant rant. Fucking goddamn Glen Beck looks like a fucking, I don't know, like a fat fucking soft, doughy accountant that found the Necronomicon ex mortis and is, you know, contemplating reading from its passages. He looks scared is what I'm saying. And his mic looks stupid, and his hair looks stupid. And, yeah, I just don't like him. That's that.
For you, and believe it or not, I have a very deep point on this. It's not.
You never had a point deeper than a goddamn puddle, dude. Your points are mirages that evaporate the moment you get too close to them, okay? Don't tell me about some deep point you got. You know?
It's certainly not to make fun of Chelsea Handler. It is to remind people you should stop listening to people like this. This is my first point, but this is not the deep point. She's a moron.
Self-awareness level 0.0. Glenn, I don't know if you're aware of this, but you're a moron. Like, I guess you're not. Let me be the first to inform you. I know you might have this like inflated opinion of yourself. You might think to yourself, hey, I'm not a moron. But let me assure you, as a qualified expert in moronology, you are indeed a fucking moron. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Sorry if I ruined your day, but you're a moron.
She was on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon, and she told a story that...
Please don't play with fucking Jimmy Fallon. Dude, I already picked. All right. I mentally prepared myself for freaking Glenn Beck, but I didn't mentally prepare myself to see Glenn Beck and Jimmy Fallon in one video. Please do not play the clip. I'm going to check ahead. Oh my God, he plays the clip. No. All right, at least it looks like he covers it briefly. I might not even see Jimmy. I'm going to hear him laughing in the background for sure, because the motherfucker never stops laughing at every fucking lame thing a celebrity says. So he's definitely going to be laughing in the background going, but I might get away with not seeing him. The whole clip might be focused on her. I'm hoping that's the case.
She made it a mission that she really didn't understand something. And if you don't understand this, what else don't you understand? This is a pretty basic thing. And
you wear magic underwear because you think it's what your weird Mormon God wants. So, you know, I don't think you get to give any lectures on beliefs or like what a person should and shouldn't know. Here's something I expect a person to know for me to respect them. They'd have to be able to look at the Book of Mormon and read it and be like, this is nonsense and has no bearing on reality whatsoever. You apparently have read it and gone like, yep, that's the truth. Therefore, I don't take you remotely seriously as to the matter of who I should take remotely seriously. But I'm not some Chelsea Handler fan either, so maybe I will find her statement to be genuinely ignorant. We'll see.
And this is coming from a woman who has lectured us morally and intellectually, our superior, on, you know, how to live our lives. Listen to this admission on Jimmy Fallon.
I didn't know, and this is true, I didn't know until I was 40 years old that the sun and the moon were not the same thing.
So yeah, it's pretty stupid. You know, look, if you're 40 years old when you realize that the sun and the moon are not the same thing, and you just think like, man, the moon at night, I mean, at night, the sun just kind of goes out and becomes the moon. I really don't understand what the heck, like, I do not understand what insane worldview Chelsea Handler must have had until that point. Like, you ever been outside and you look at like, hey, it's the middle of the day, but the moon's out. That's cool. You know, and you see the moon, you're like, oh, wow, the moon. Has that never happened to her in 40 years time? Or did she just think like, oh, they're flying the Death Star again? What? So to be fair to Glen Beck, Glenn, I let you know earlier that you are a moron. But you know what? I have to give it to you. You have found the right person to pick on, because that is a statement so moronic that even you rise above it, I think. Don't prove me wrong, please.
Stop listening to these people. They're morons. They're morons.
I have to agree. I would still say don't listen to Glen Beck either. He's also a moron. But, you know, Glen Beck is like the Frieza of morons. And Chelsea Handler just proved that she is like a Goku of morons. So, because there's not, I don't know. There's just so many clues that let you know in the course of a 40-year lifespan that the moon and the sun are not the same. And if she didn't pick up on any of those for 40 years' time, either she has led one of the weirdest goddamn existences ever, which maybe is true, where she just never happened to come across any of this information that demonstrates that those two are not the same thing. But failing that weird circumstance where it's just like, wow, it's just a piece of common knowledge that just happened to elude her for so many years. You know, maybe that happened, but I think it's more likely that she just blithely paid no attention whenever she saw evidence of that and just persisted in some weird, almost faith-like belief that the sun and the moon are the same. Like, how did she think the rotations of the planets worked? I mean, like, she's a celebrity. She jet sets around the world, I'm sure. So she knows that, like, the sun is in different places at different, well, the earth is in different places. The rotation of the earth is in different places at different times. She probably doesn't know that. I mean, what am I saying? She probably just thinks that the whole earth shares a nighttime and a daytime. Like, she doesn't understand the concept of the time zones or anything like that. It's just like, it's nighttime. When it's nighttime everywhere on earth. When it's daytime everywhere on earth. Does she believe that? Because you almost have to believe that to believe the sun and the moon are different, are not are the same thing. Huh.
Because look, I'm not the sharpest.
Oh yeah, that's true. What does she think is going on when an eclipse happens? Like, what is when an eclipse happens? What does she think is eclipsing the sun? What does she think is going on there?
This knife in the drawer either, but that's pretty darn basic. Pretty darn basic.
I'm glad that you found someone. You know what, Glenn? Kudos to you, man. I am glad. I'm honestly glad that Glen Beck finally found someone he could look down on. That's a good thing, you guys. It's a great thing that Glen Beck can now be like, yeah, I might believe in freaking Mormonism. The Johnny come lately of the Christian faith, right? Yeah, it turns out that Jesus came here and met the Indians and stuff. It's like, what? I might believe that bullshit, but at least I know the sun and moon are fucking different things. Oh, God. He found someone he could look down on. It's beautiful. It's kind of beautiful. I don't know who Chelsea Handler gets to look down on. The great thing about being as dumb as Chelsea Handler is at that level of dumb, you don't even know how dumb you are. Because if she'd realized how stupid it was, what she just said, she never would have fucking just admitted that on national television. She never would have just been like, by the way, did you guys know the sun and moon are different things?
Wow. Okay. So she's, 47 years old? She's almost 50 years old. The mentality of these elites that they are so morally and intellectually superior.
All right. So here's the problem I'm already sensing with this argument, Glenn. Just because she's really dumb and thought that the sun and the moon were the same thing that doesn't necessarily mean her morality is bad. It's kind of a weird thing to say. Like, do you think that the smarter the person, the more moral the person? Do you correlate intelligence and morality? Even if there is a correlation, I don't think it would end up being like one-to-one sort of thing. It wouldn't be a direct correlation where it's like, yeah, the smarter you are, the more moral you are. Even if there was like, yeah, generally speaking, you know, more intelligent people are more thoughtful and empathetic or whatever. You know, maybe that exists as a study somewhere. But like, I certainly don't. I mean, there's certainly been people who are extraordinarily intelligent who were like cruel, sadistic, hate-filled, vile people. And there's certainly been people who are remarkably intellectually simple, who are like kind, decent, loving, charitable people. So equating a person's intellect and their moral goodness, whatever the fuck that means to you, I don't really think it holds up. So already your argument is kind of falling apart. Basically, you should have just said, like, I don't agree with this bitch's values, plus she's a moron, you know? Because that's all you're really saying here. But her being a moron really doesn't have anything to do with you objecting to her moral values. You just disagree, you know? So, sure.
Here. And that, you know, everything is old-fashioned, and, you know, you need to learn. It's more important than facts to learn the new facts that are cool.
Dude, a religious person has no business saying what you're saying right now. Like, do you want to go over the tenets of Mormonism sometime, guy? You want to go over some tenets? Like, all right, Mormon beliefs. All right? I want the weird ones specifically. All right, here's 8 of the most bizarre Mormon beliefs. They believe in eternal marriage. So basically, like, when you die, I guess you just, like, married forever. Despite countless social program divorce rates in the United States, blah, 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 blah. A portion of the statistic is no doubt result of people. What's the statistic? This is remarkable when you consider the divorce rate among other Christians always mirrors the 50% national average of non-Christians. But Mormons who get married, only 6% of Mormons get divorced, basically. So no matter how bad a marriage is, they stay in it because it's like divorce is like super dodeca taboo. Mormons believe that Christ, the Heavenly Father, and the Holy Ghost are separate beings. I don't really care about that. This is from a Christian site that's trying to shit on Mormons, so some of them are just going to be like infighting between two different cults. Mormons believe everyone has a responsibility to research their family history. Maybe. I mean, you don't have a responsibility, but that's not that crazy. Mormons dedicate more than 2 hours per week to church worship. Don't most of you guys do that kind of shit? Most of you extreme Christians do that. These are not really the crazy Mormon beliefs. All right, here we go. Mormons can't drink caffeine. Mormons can't go to the movies. Mormons wear special underwear that turns white when they sin. Mormons don't read the Bible. Technology is forbidden to Mormons. I mean, technology is not forbidden to Mormons. You're thinking of fucking... Oh, these are rumors. Okay, I'm sorry. I was reading the rumors as if that was... Yeah, that's other religions. Okay, here we go. Here's the actual Mormon stuff. Mormons believe that humans can go through a process of exaltation to godhood, right? So in Mormonism, you don't just go to heaven and suck Jesus' dick forever. You eventually get to be a god, which is a better deal, but still nonsense. Church recommends against tattoos. I don't know why they care. They say you should avoid coffee and tea, but they don't actually prohibit it. Women are supposed to dress modestly, which to me is the most insane thing possible. Like, no. Women can dress modestly if they want, but, like, I don't encourage it. Mormons refrain from leisure on Sundays. Only men can perform regular church rituals. Obviously, like, sexism baked in. A lot of the Christian faiths are like that. There's 3 levels of heaven in Mormonism. They have weird clothing rituals. They can't have sex before marriage. Mormons cannot use foul language. Mormons fast at least once a month. Mormons must dedicate Sundays to church. A lot of Christian faiths do that. That's not that weird. I mean, it's weird, but it's not a weirdness specific to Mormons. Mormons don't let their kids date until they're 16. That doesn't seem that strange. Mormons serve a 2-time full mission. Yeah, like Mormons at some point in their lives, you're supposed to go out into the world and just like convert as many other people to Mormonism as possible. So like, you know, I think it's like when you're 18 or something, you got to go do your 2 years of trying to convert people to Mormonism. Same-sex marriage is prohibited. Not allowed to smoke cigarettes. Have to read the scripture daily. Have to donate 10% of your income to charity. I have no problem with donating money to charity, but like a mandated 10% of your income, regardless of your financial situation, going to charity is pretty fucking crazy. Not allowed to consume alcohol. Not allowed to gamble. And yeah, pretty much a fucking crazy goddamn religion. They also, I think the Mormon Church doesn't believe this anymore, at least not officially. But there used to be a point where they believed that like black people were like fallen souls who were like neutral in the battle between Jesus and Satan. Jesus and Satan are like brothers in the Mormon faith, and they had a war, and anyone who was neutral in that war was was born onto this earth with black skin. So that's the that's the reason there's black people. So that's pretty fucking crazy. But like I said, they don't necessarily believe that anymore. I think they kind of realize that's like hurting recruitment. So they kind of like quietly like, yeah, we got that one wrong. Actually, that one, not so much, actually. We looked into that, and turns out it was a typo. Yeah, they're very aggressive in marketing themselves. They're very aggressive in trying to get new converts. And yet they don't really have that many. And, you know, when Mormons first arrived on, it's really weird to see, Mormons are very socially conservative, but it's really weird to see a Mormon saying like, fear new ideas and stuff, because Mormonism used to be the new idea. Mormonism was one of the most persecuted ideologies to ever exist. Like they literally got driven out of like tons of places and had to like move ever westward in search of a place where they could, you know, live their little Mormon lifestyles. And it took a long time for them to find that place. And before that, there was like persecution and violence and bloodshed and all these things. Now, I don't know what they were doing to deserve that, but the fact remains that they were, they used to be a pretty controversial ideology and still are in some circles. So him being like, oh man, these people want to topple the apple cart and change all the old ways. It's like, you guys were the ones who were doing that. Like you guys like were the Johnny come lately of the Christian faiths, right? You wrote a whole new book and it's like, oh man, first, Old Testament, that was a practice run. New Testament, we tried to get it right, but it wasn't quite there yet. But now with the Book of Mormon, oh shit, we finally figured this motherfucker out. You guys check it out. And you're going to lecture other people about gullibility and stuff when that's your religion, when that's your faith? I don't know. I mean, I think any religion is stupid, but like one that came about so recently, and it's like pretty much demonstrable that the guy that cooked it up was a con man. Like, you're so stupid.
You know, men are able to have.
Don't you talk for a living? Glen Beck, if you can't get through I understand that, you know, you don't have to be 100% eloquent. No one expects that, you know, the commentators of the world are going to all be Edward R. Murrow with some perfectly polished, you know, speech tucked into their pocket that they can just summon up at any time and just drop an eloquence bomb on the audience, at a whim. But you're a bumbling, stumbling dipshit at this point. Yeah, well, it's like, where's your confidence? Where's your balls? Where's your bravado? You really are a beta, huh? Glen Beck would be rolling in his grave, Glenn. You know, you used to be on top of this shit heap. How did you get so bad? I mean, I understand you can't stay on top forever, and you know, there's a changing of the seasons and a changing of the guard, and you backed the wrong horse in that election and stuff, but like, how did you get to this? How did you get to the point where you're just what happened to your charisma? What happened to your zest for this fucking bullshit? Kind of concerned, Glenn. You know, you lost your nuts. You lost your balls. You lost your ovaries, for that matter. I don't want to be sexist with the terminology. You lost any sort of sexual reproductive organs down there. You've been hollowed out. You're a husk. You got nothing left in the tank, buddy. It's time to go bye-bye. It's time to go away. It's time to take your millions of dollars and be like, well, that was a good grift, and go do something else with your life, because this ain't working no more, bud. I don't know what the hell's happening here, but like, I don't know. There's just no charisma.
Have babies. No, they're... My problem...
That was so fucking... Dude. Have babies. Well, like, oh my God. How are you this bad? You've been doing this for fucking decades. What happened? Get a fucking scriptwriter or something, bro. Get one of your flunkies to jot something down for you in the night and just look at the camera and read that shit. You got to do better than this, man. This is nothing. This is less than nothing.
Doing this show is I am
speechless for the first time in your life.
No, I don't. It doesn't seem like it's the first time. This is just your second voice right here. This is your backup guy coming here to save you by pretending that you're doing some kind of bit by not talking. Like, you know, okay.
That's about what it sounds like.
yeah, because I'm
Look at the fucking strain this motherfucker is in, trying to like prop up the carcass of the once influential Glen Beck, trying to like guide him through this process of doing yet another show. Look at the intense concentration on that dude's face as he just tries to prevent Glen Beck from face planting 15 times a night.
I'm very transparent with my life, and this is coming from someplace else that is happening in my life. And let me just say this to you: our children have no idea that parents, you have no idea how confused and lost your children really are.
Have you ever seen a man take longer to say one sentence? Have you ever seen a man take so goddamn long to get one sentence out of his fucking mouth? All he had to say was, I think parents today have no idea how lost their children really are. That's it. He couldn't do that. This is a guy who talks for a living. This is like a football player that can't catch or throw a football. This is like a shoe shiner that shines your pant leg and misses the shoe. This is like a fast food worker that you order a double cheeseburger and they bring you a fucking wad of napkins and say, eat up. This is just a complete and utter failure to do the job that you're supposed to be doing. All you had to do was speak a sentence. One simple little sentence. Parents, I don't think you have any idea how lost your children are. Even with a dramatic pause, it doesn't take as long as you did. Even if you were just like, I think the parents of this country need a wake-up call. Pregnant silence. I'm going to tell you this. Your kids, you have no idea how confused and lost they truly are. Let me tell you something. Even if you want to go the long route to it, You want to make it impactful. You don't do it by, so, you know, I mean, you know. What is this shit, Glenn? You're making me mad for all the wrong reasons. I shouldn't be here lecturing you on how to do a presentation. I should be able to argue with the meat of your argument, but you won't fucking get to it because you're a stumbling, bumbling nitwit. And by the way, what does any of this have to do with that clip of Chelsea Handler and her shitty grasp of astronomy and shit? What was that about? What was I even seeing that for? What was the point of that? Was that just an excuse to play a clip so you could escape talking for another second? You know, maybe you should have played a longer clip. You could have gathered your thoughts a little more there, because it seems like you didn't put them together very well.
It might seem like they get it, but Chelsea Handler is, I mean, she's a genius.
That's it? That's what you got? After on the third try, that was all you could do? Chelsea Handler is a genius. All you had was some like very like kindergarten level sarcasm where it's like, I call her a genius, but actually I mean she's stupid. Like, why don't you have like a few insults in your back pocket? Like you're supposed to be an incendiary dude, right? You could call her a bloviating nitwit, a Nimrod who doesn't know what she's talking about, a liberal ideologue, a fool, an idiot, a moron, a dipshit. You can't say dipshit, but you could call her a lot of things. Like Chelsea Handler is one of these vacant-eyed Hollywood liberal types who is so out of touch with reality that she doesn't even understand basic facts about the world. And it's sad to see that an entire generation is following the antics of this frankly imbecilic woman. Like, how hard is it? Why the fuck do you make more money than me? I'm so much better at your job than you are, and I don't even want it.
In today's world, they're not learning the things that they need to learn, and they're learning all of these things that are really horrible.
They're not learning good things, but they do learning bad things.
Could you be more fucking vague? I don't know, guy. Could you get a little more vague for me? I missed the vague part of that sentence where you were just like, today's kids, they taught bad things, but not taught good things. Like, who the fuck could even work up any ire for that generic goddamn bullshit? Cite a fucking example. Throw some red meat to the base. Make a fucking argument so I could actually sink my teeth into something. I've been listening to you prattle for 3 minutes and you ain't said shit.
That are counter to everything that is an eternal truth. I'm going to give you another story here today, and I don't know if anybody can...
You're going to give me another story? So your commentary on that is concluded? Holy hideous fuck, you said nothing. You said goddamn nothing. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. You didn't say one fucking word. All you did is you vaguely gestured.
Chelsea Handler's dumb. People shouldn't listen to her. You don't know how bad kids got it these days. They learn bad thing and they don't learn good thing. Anyway, next story.
You see the difference between what I just did and what you just did is I got it out of my fucking mouth in a reasonable amount of time. And even though I was talking in a dumb fuck caveman grunt voice, it still sounded more intelligible than the nonsense you just fucking put us through.
See where I'm going.
Motherfucker, you look like goddamn Colonel Sanders on estrogen. That's what you look like. Glen Beck is just Colonel Sanders on estrogen. Change my mind. No insult to anyone actually on estrogen, by the way. But that's just what I get. That's the read I got on this motherfucker.
This connection, but this is a story out of England, and it is.
Yeah, there's a story out of England. Turns out we're going to fight a war for our independence, you guys. We're going to fight them. Fuck you, King George. You can't tax our team, motherfucker.
It's a story about how Satanism is becoming very popular.
Based. Based.
And, but there's no blood rituals anymore.
There never really was. Like, once again, this is just another guy that just hears the word Satanism and has no idea what Satanism actually is. Satanism is like a mostly satirical religion made up by a carnival barker by the name of Anton Xander LaVey. Not his real name. I don't remember what his real name is. Just like probably Greg Simmons or something. Shaved his head bald, grew a goatee, bought a mansion in San Francisco, had a bunch of fucking big-breasted, naked women surround him all day and preach the gospel of Satanism. And if you actually read the tenets of Satanism, like, they're not that bad, guy. Now, I know that there's also now the satanic temple, or whatever the hell it is, the other one. There's like 3 variants of Satanism. There's one that actually believes in Satan as a god, which is the smallest one. And then there's the Anton LaVey one, and then there's the more political activism one that's more using Satan as like a symbol of like political disaffection. But none of them do blood sacrifices. None of them believe in that garbage. And if you actually look at like the satanic principles of LaVeyan Satanism, which is probably, I don't know if that's the most popular variant anymore, but that's definitely like, there's definitely a direct genealogical link, I think, between the activist ones and this one. So these are the 7 fundamental tenets of Satanism. One should strive to act with compassion and empathy towards all creatures in accordance with reason. Seems logical to me. That's already more logical than anything in the Bible. The struggle for justice is an ongoing and necessary pursuit that should prevail over laws and other. Oh, this is actually the Satanic Temple's principle. So this is the newest one. This is the one that has that Lucian Greaves guy. I thought I was reading the LaVeyan Satanism stuff, but this is actually for the new Satanism. So here's their agenda. The struggle for justice is an ongoing and necessary pursuit that should prevail over laws and institutions. One's body is inviolable, subject to one's own will alone. The freedoms of others should be respected, including the freedom to offend. To willfully and unjustly encroach upon the freedoms of another is to forego one's own. Beliefs should conform to one's best scientific understanding of the world. One should take care never to distort scientific facts to fit one's beliefs. People are fallible. If one makes a mistake, one should do one's best to rectify it and resolve any harm that might have been caused. And finally, every tenet is a guiding principle designed to inspire nobility in action and thought. The spirit of compassion, wisdom, and justice should always prevail over the written or spoken word. This is so much more ethical than anything in the Book of Mormon or the Bible or the Quran or any of these supposedly holy books. All of those books demand blood sacrifice, demand rape, demand murder, demand slavery. This is about freedom and humanism. This is insanely better than your fucking garbage-ass religion. So when you tell me that there's a bunch of kids going around identifying as Satanists, good. Awesome. May the satanic New World Order usher in an age of peace and prosperity upon this earth.
There's no murder. There's no sacrifice. There's no blood rites to Satan. We don't worship the devil. We don't cast.
Right. So that was the Satanic Temple. This is the LaVeyan Satanism from the 60s. These are the 9 satanic statements. Satan represents indulgence instead of abstinence, vital existence instead of spiritual pipe dreams, undefiled wisdom instead of hypocritical self-deceit, kindness to those who deserve it instead of love wasted on ingrates, vengeance instead of turning the other cheek, responsibility to the responsible instead of concern for psychic vampires. Man as just another animal, sometimes better, more often worse than those that walk on all fours, who, because of his divine spiritual and intellectual development, that's in quotes, has become the most vicious animal of all. Satan represents all those so-called sins, as they all lead to physical, mental, or emotional gratification. And finally, Satan has been the best friend the church has ever had, and he has kept them in business all these years. So, very, very different, but also a completely rational and worldview that's way better than Christianity. Now, I happen to like the Satanic Temple variant a little bit better, but this one's also fine. You know, it's a little bit more selfish, and it's a little bit more like, fuck you, edgy, but it's still fucking a rational goddamn worldview in my book. What's not a rational worldview is Christianity. What's not a rational worldview is Mormonism, Islam, Jainism. I don't know, anything out there that expects you to believe that some sort of supernatural force controls your destiny and that you need to curry its favor. These religions are telling you, hey, that doesn't exist, but here's a way you can live your life that is way more interesting, way more successful, way more prosperous, way more fun, way more fulfilling. Here's a way of being that is fundamentally better than what has been offered to you hitherto. So when I hear that a bunch of youths in England are taking a shine to Satanism, whether they're following LaVeyan Satanism or Satanic Temple Satanism or some new variant of which I'm not even aware yet, I applaud them. Kudos to them. The only way I would say that it's actually a bad sign is if they're believing in like a literal goblin guy down in hell going, "Brah, evil." If that's the Satanism that's being propagated, then that's no better than Christianity. It's no worse either, by the way. But you know, if they're embracing, you know, secular satanic philosophy, fucking awesome. Great. That's the best news I've had all day. Thank you for letting me know that, Glenn.
Magic spells, says the leader of the Satanic Temple in England.
Based. Based. Yeah, the Satanic Temple. Let's go to their website again. Let's see. FAQ. All right. Let's look at their FAQ here. I want to see if there's a single unbased answer in this entire FAQ. How can I join? You go to their page to join them. What are the benefits? The benefits of joining depend on what you want to do with your membership. Joining on our website will put you on a link. Okay, whatever. Just basic information. How is membership information used? We value privacy, blah, blah, blah. Let's get to the moral stuff. All right, here we go. I want to sell my soul, get rich, join the Illuminati, etc. Please look elsewhere. Where are TST congregations? I can reach out to them. A list of our current congregations can be found on our website, Satanic Temple pages, find chapter. If you do not see a congregation area, it might be possible to start one. Don't see one in your city? Go ahead and start one yourself. Do you worship Satan? No, nor do we believe in the existence of Satan or the supernatural. The Satanic Temple believes that religion can and should be divorced from superstition. As such, we do not promote a belief in a personal Satan. To embrace the name Satan is to embrace rational inquiry removed from supernatural and archaic tradition-based superstitions. Satanists should actively work to hone critical thinking and exercise reasonable agnosticism in all things. Our beliefs must be malleable to the current scientific understanding of the material world, never the reverse. Oh my God. Oh my Satan. I need to join the fucking Satanic Temple. I mean, that's fucking... They knocked that shit out of the park, man. No wonder. Dude, honestly, I came here to abandon my hope. And Glen Beck telling me that there's a rash of kids in England joining this religion, it gives me hope. It makes me feel like maybe we ain't so bad after all, us humans, you know?
Okay. He said, yeah, we do occult rituals, and, you know, there's no virgin sacrifices or chalices of blood, and we don't believe in the actual devil or Satan. That's a thing of the past. Satanism is alluring to young people now because everything in religion is outdated. And
Satanism is alluring to young people now because what I read just made sense, and what you hold to be true is nonsense. Let's just be clear on that. Satanism, to whatever extent it is spreading because people are tired of being beholden to magical, superstitious thinking and would like to embrace reason.
Dogmatic and traditional, and you're told that you have to offer yourself. You have to change your ways. The Sunday Telegraph.
I mean, it seems like the Satanic Temple is also saying you have to change your fucking ways. Like, hold on. Let's go look at those 7 statements again. So, once again, right here, at number fucking 6, it says, people are fallible. If one makes a mistake, one should do one's best to rectify it and to resolve any harm that might have been caused. So basically saying, like, yeah, you know, if you've done harm to someone, even if it was through no intentional malice, you know, you need to make amends. So that's not just saying, like, do whatever you want, hurt whoever you want, be a totally selfish prick. No, there's like the first fucking tenet says to act with compassion and empathy towards all creatures. Like, what? You view this as a selfish doctrine? Seems like the opposite to me. Seems like we're being told, like, you know, treat others with compassion, empathy, and love and understanding. And, you know, if you make a mistake, own up to it and try to do your best to make amends. So, I don't really understand what you're saying here. I mean, the reality is you don't care what these tenets are. You're going to use the word Satan to spookily your audience. That's all you really are intending to do here. But I have to treat you as though you're serious, because when I do so, it displays how unserious your beliefs really should be taken. That's always been my strategy. Treat these people more seriously than they deserve so you can see how fucking preposterous they really are. Because what you just heard about, he has no interest in what these people actually believe. He has no interest in doing anything other than hearing the word Satan and going, he doesn't care that, like, what he's saying is totally characterizing them the wrong. Oh, yeah, they just want to do whatever they want. No, it specifically says be compassionate and own up to your mistakes and be respectful of others.
I'm reading, spoken to leaders of members of the satanic groups around the world who claim that the opportunities Satanism offers people to engage in activism and they campaign on issues such as gender sexuality is part of the...
I'm joining this fucking church. I love it. Dude, I'm joining the Satanic Temple. Glen Beck, you know what? I don't know if I'm turning into you. I don't know if it's like kismet or whatever, but I'm glad I watched your shitty video today. Because it made me realize the Satanic Temple fucking rocks, which I already knew. I already knew the Satanic Temple was pretty goddamn cool. But you know what? I never thought it was cool enough to join until I heard your ass maligning it in this, like, dumb fuck, ham-fisted way. By the way, Glenn, are you turning fucking purple, bro? When we started this, you were, like, pretty white. Weren't you? No, I guess you were purple the whole time. Why are you turning purple, Glenn? Is it just... your lighting, is it light bouncing off of this shit and it's hitting your face and it's making you look a little blue the same way the red light's making me look a little red, maybe? Or are you just like, you got some circulatory issues going on? I don't know. I'm concerned.
Offers. They are now turning away, he says, from incredibly outdated, very obviously stuffy views that are completely not in keeping with modern times. You know what?
What?
He's absolutely right. He's
wow, yeah. Amen.
absolutely right.
I agree. The end. That's that. I'm not going to take this fucker seriously any longer. I feel like we did enough. We did enough, didn't we? I feel like we got what we needed to get out of that one. I'll put it on standby in case you guys disagree with me, but I think we're safe to move on from that. I think we roasted that fucking pig. Man, I wish, guys, can I say this? I just want to ask you guys a question, right? I'm thinking about how I want to phrase this, so that's why I'm pausing for a second here. Is there anywhere left on this world where I could maybe actually tell you my real opinions on these people, could I do that? Or is it, you already know, right? You get it, right? You know what needs to be done. I mean, don't fucking lose your, don't get chicken shit on me. All right. Come on. You know, when I call him an existential threat and stuff, you know what I mean? What needs to happen, right? What needs to happen. I'm not talking about violence, by the way. I'm not talking about that. If you're thinking violence, then you're thinking along the wrong lines. You haven't fucking got to where I'm at yet. But sometimes that tree in the garden needs to be pruned a little bit. Doesn't need to be fucking chopped down. Doesn't need to be fucking watered with the blood of patriots, but it just needs to be pruned a little bit. Sometimes the tree could use a little shaping, a little guidance. And that's when you need a gardener. You need someone who knows something or a thing or two about pruning a tree. You need a force of destruction to go out there and destroy things. Not in a violent manner, not in a terroristic manner, but just ideologically speaking. Disassemble a lot of the stupid shit that's floating around out there. But he has to do so with a mandate of power. Because, if you don't have the mandate of power, then it's just so much fucking blah, 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 blah. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. It's I got this crown here. I already bought a crown. So I was kind of thinking, I don't know. I grew this beard out and stuff, and I'm just I don't know. I feel like it, maybe not the best crown in the world. We could maybe try on some different crowns. But just the idea of, a crown around my head, and maybe I have a little bit more ability to, I don't know, just take a Glen Beck kind of thing and just be nah. You know what I mean? Just nah on that. As the king, speaking as the king, nah, not really feeling that vibe anymore, Maybe society should just move right on past that shit. I don't know. Could be. Just, give it some thought. Let me know. We can go back to glasses wearing TJ for a second. We don't have to stay with King TJ, but, he's there. He's there if you want him, I don't know. You could do something with that. You have a little fun, cause a little chaos, once again. You're just in a very, fun, free-spirited manner, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. You guys know what I'm saying, right? You guys understand. You're smart. You're smart people. The sun and the moon are different fucking things. Greta Thunberg should be king. I'm okay with that. She can be king too. She seems like she's got the right ideas too. She might, I probably wouldn't be as harsh on the whole pollution thing, but whatever. Better than what we got now for sure. Long live the king, bring back the king. The king is the king, 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 king. What's your favorite food, everybody? I want to know everybody's favorite fucking food here. I want everybody to tell me what their favorite food is. What you guys like? What's your favorite dishy wishy? Schnitzel, Five Guys burgers, chicken tiki masala, sushi, spicy tuna roll, Dick's Drive-In, pizza, mac and cheese, chicken nuggies, sushi, pizza, burritos, pizza, fries, lab-grown meat, ass. There's always going to be one ass person at least. Probably more than one. Sweet cheese baked crepes, lasagna, burrito, New York strip steak, yellow cake uranium, ice cream, mashed potatoes, stuffed shells, buffalo wings, curry over rice, human flesh, raw. Okay. What else we got? Jason Voorhees' Evil Heart. That is pretty good. Chocolate, burritos. Yeah, burritos are fucking pretty dope. Yukon, who is American based on these answers, grilled eel. I don't really have a favorite food myself, but I've been digging on some cheeseburgers lately. I really love a good cheeseburger. I can't really say it's like from a particular place. I like a cheeseburger that's not quite that sit down, like a counter service cheeseburger, you know, on the level of Five Guys, but Five Guys is too corporate-y for me. I want to go to a place that there's only like one or two locations of, but it's like a counter service burger joint, you know? I feel like those places always have the best goddamn burgers. But you know what? When it comes to a cheeseburger, I'll eat a shitty fast food burger. I'll eat a fucking goddamn pretentious, fancy $28 fucking burger. You know, I don't give a fuck. I'll eat that motherfucker. I'll eat any kind of burger, you know? I love a good burger. And I mean, it's not even, you know, it could be a chicken burger, turkey burger, veggie burger, black bean. You know, you can use the black bean fucking substitute. I've had some with you know, the Beyond Meat shit. Of course, everyone knows that kind of shit. And then like the goddamn, what is it fucking called? It's the shiitake mushrooms are good too. Not shiitake, portobello mushrooms. Like you just have a mushroom cap, but dress it like a burger. That's pretty fucking tasty. Obviously not raw. You cook the fucking thing. The only burger I do not like, the only burger that has disappointed me is that fucking White Castle burger. It's not the only burger I don't like, but man, like of like the places that people like that are popular, like, man, I don't know. Like I'll eat a fucking Wendy's burger. To me, a Wendy's burger is pretty fucking bland, to be honest with you. Like, I don't know. You get that Wendy's cheeseburger and it just fucking tastes like there's not much to it. That McDonald's cheeseburger is very fucking strong flavor usually, but it's not like an overwhelming flavor. It's just like very like salt. Like it's got like saltiness and sweetness and fatness, and it's all just kind of like congealed into this like vague hamburger shape with this little tiny thin patty and like a very like acidic amount of condiments and like little tiny onions and that's that overly sweet American bun that other countries taste it and they're just like, this is pure sugar and we don't even notice it because we're so fucking enslaved to McDonald's, you know? That shit is fucking good. A McDonald's cheeseburger is fucking amazing. And, you know, when I was young, I used to propagate the talking point that McDonald's sucks because everyone just did it. But it's like, it doesn't. There's a reason. You know, if there's one thing I can credit Jim Gaffigan with, it's that making me drop that hypocrisy because his bit about McDonald's really was just like so spot on, you know? And that's not even a comedian I usually like listen to much of because his stuff is like pretty fucking toothless, but he really nailed it with the McDonald's bits that he did. That fucking like, I think it's like 12 minutes he does on McDonald's and it's fucking everything he says is just like golden true. Yeah, the pickles, man. I love a good pickle. Now, some people hate pickles, and they don't want pickles on their stuff, but those people are fucking stupid. Pickles are amazing. I love a good pickle, man. They food science. Oh yeah, McDonald's has perfected, like, when you eat a fucking McDonald's cheeseburger, it's like you're basically, that's the food of the future. That's like when AI gets a hold of food prep, you know, when when they start designing it, like AI develop new recipes that will appease the taste of the modern American consumer. Like McDonald's is going to be the first one to embrace that technology, and McDonald's is really the precursor to that technology. Because everything they do is like food science to fucking hell. Like, we are going to give you the exact ratio of every fucking thing you like in exactly the ratio that's going to keep you coming back fucking forever. We're going to give you exactly the fucking amount of, like, you want carbs, you want fat, you want salt. Here it is, motherfucker. We are the carbs, fat, and salt store. And here's it in this configuration, and here's it in that configuration. And then you go and you get it and you eat it, and you're like, man, that doesn't even taste that good, but why the fuck is it so fucking satisfying? And the reason is you're addicted to it. But McDonald's didn't make you addicted to it. Your biology did. McDonald's has just fucking hacked your biology with food science, and now they know how to get your ass. And if you fucking claim you don't like McDonald's, you're a fucking liar, or you're not a goddamn human being. Because that shit was fucking literally engineered for your ass to like. Pickles are fucking disgusting. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and I will kick your fucking ass. Come say that to me at a meetup, and it will be on. AI recipes are already a thing already. Yeah, sure, of course they are. I mean, who didn't know that? I just assume AI anything is a thing at this point. Give me a gherkin any day. Give my gherkin a jerkin. Eventually, all your daily calories will be compressed into a pill. No, they won't. That's not sexy enough for humanity. Human beings are never going to accept the food pill, all right? They're never going to do that. Human beings love eating too goddamn much. There's a psychological need to eat. It's not just about nourishment. If it was, we'd all be like fucking eating a balanced, healthy diet, and we're not. We're eating for pleasure because we figured out that you can hack a bunch of your biology through food. Like, food, really, we don't want to admit it, but food is a fucking drug. Because, like, the foods that you actually need to eat to survive, they don't give much of that fucking brain pleasure, you know? You don't get that shit very often. The foods that you actually goddamn love, though, all that unhealthy food that's loaded down with salts and fats and carbs, all that food, that shit, that processed sugar and all that, oh my God. That's the good shit. That's the shit that'll get you fucking high, right? You know? It can do, I mean, you can fucking get different effects out of it. You can fucking eat the food that's going to fucking put you in a coma, or you can eat the food that's going to get you hype, and you know how to do it. Human beings instinctively have figured this shit out. Sugar, 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 sugar. Isn't there a study that says Oreos have the same effect as meth or something? I mean, I don't deny it. I don't necessarily buy it, but I don't necessarily deny it neither. You know what I mean? All right, we're going to take a little break while I refill my drink and stuff, but you guys sit tight, all right? Do that shit. Boom, 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 boom. Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. All right. Yeah. Boop, 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 boop. The fuck? Oh man. Yeah. Oh, that's right. It's fucking right, mate. Sandman Season 2 starts filming this summer. Thank you. Good to know. All right. Did you watch Twin Peaks? I watched the first episode. I finally finished it. Luckily, the other episodes are shorter. So hopefully I can just watch one here and there and I'll be fine. All right. Critical drinker. Yeah, I hate this dude. I hate his criticisms. I think they usually suck. I do watch his shit, so I guess I can't complain about his popularity because I do click on his videos sometimes. And, you know, to be perfectly 100% honest, occasionally he will make a point, and I'll be like, I actually agree with that. But 90% is literally just him pointing at stuff he doesn't like and just saying woke and then money falling into his lap. But he says it in a funny voice, so hee hee hee, ha ha ha. This is called Why Modern Movies Suck. They Hate Men, Part 1. Here you go.
Men, don't you just hate them all?
Like 95%. 98, 90, 95, 98.
Well, if you happen to be a creative working in Hollywood today, then the answer is probably yes.
Well, what I've learned is I need to be a creative working in Hollywood today. Please put in a good word for me. Let them know that I'm willing to go along with their regressive anti-man agenda. I'm perfectly willing.
Either because you genuinely believe it, or because you think it's what you're expected to say these days just to get hired.
I'm pretty sure I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm always willing to admit that what I say here could be in fact mistaken, but I'm pretty willing to bet that hating men is not a prerequisite for getting a job in Hollywood these days. I get what you're going for here, but like, don't you see how this is just the inverse of what Anita Sarkeesian was doing a few years back, except for it's actually popular, like organically popular? That's the main difference here. Because when a bunch of women were being like, man, media doesn't like us. Look at how women are depicted in these video games. That's so horrible. You guys were like, bunch of whiners. But now you make the exact same videos. Hollywood hates men. And people are like, yep, best. You guys are just Anita Sarkeesian. That's it. You're just what she was 15 years ago or whenever the hell she was popular. That's all that's going on here.
But whatever the reason, there's been a bit of a change in the past few years in how men are portrayed on screen. And
why are you showing a bunch of movies that are from when men were still awesome on screen then? Because, like, yeah, I know the dude in the Crow wears makeup, so maybe that like scares you off. You're like, no makeup, mate. Too fucking gay for me. Flaming heterosexual, what I am. That's going to be my impression of you throughout this video. I'm not an impressionist. Don't let the fact he's wearing makeup fool you, man. He's pretty badass. He kills a lot of people.
And here's a hint, it hasn't been a good one. Hard as it may be to believe now, there was a time when we were practically spoiled for choice when it came to cool, awesome, aspirational male heroes on the big and the small screen.
Did you just show a clip of Deadpool? You realize that's like a modern movie, right? Like what small of a time period are we zeroing in on here? There was no positive movies about men released last week. What the hell's going on in this world, governor?
That they were scrappy underdogs who had to rise to the challenge, or brave adventurers risking life and limb for fortune and glory, or hard-bitten cops taking on the criminal underbelly of society. They were a whole generation.
Yeah, none of those are good role models, by the way. A crooked cop, a guy that steals fucking treasures from other countries, and what was the first one? I don't know, probably a rapist or something, knowing your fucking ass.
Of men who kicked ass, triumphed against the odds, and saved the day, and usually looked pretty.
Man, yeah, they don't make them like that anymore. When's the last time you guys saw a movie about a dude that triumphed over the odds and saved the day? I mean, you know. Hold on, let me just really quickly, let's just go to illustrate the point being made here. Let's just go to the top movies of 2022, last year. Let's just see what happened. What were the top grossing movies of that year? Let's see. Top Gun Maverick. That's about a dude that defies odds and saves the day, I think, actually. So that one's not a good example. But Doctor Strange, that's where a guy faces overwhelming odds and then saves the whole multiverse. So yeah, oops. Well, Avatar: The Way of Water. Oh damn. Jurassic World Dominion. Fuck. Oops. The Batman. Ooh, fuck. Thor: Love and Thunder. Spider-Man: No Way Home. Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Black Adam. I mean, come on. That's still like most movies are still about that. You fucking God damn it, dude. Critical Drinker. Teach me your ways, dude. This is a message directly to the Critical Drinker right now. Most of what I do here on this channel, I'm doing for the audience, right? I don't care. I don't actually care about these people I'm responding to. They're beneath me. I don't give a shit about them. But Critical Drinker, tell me, when you make content that you know is stupid, and you know that you're just making it to appease idiots, how do you silence that little voice in the back of your head that says, like, you're a piece of shit? Why are you doing this, Bobby? Why are you such a piece of shit, Bobby? I'm assuming your name is Bobby. I've decided that. How do you suppress that little voice? Because, man, you are cleaning up with this grift, bro. I don't know. Just lie to them. Just be like, yeah, there's no pictures about heroic men saving the day anymore. I mean, except, most movies. But,
Cool doing it. That time, however, has passed, and the once mighty list of male cinematic heroes has dwindled to just a handful of aging characters.
Did we just show a Nazi soldier as one of the heroes there? I don't know. I don't know what that was from. Maybe the context vindicates it. I don't know.
Living on borrowed time before they're ultimately recast, rebooted, or remade for.
Well, what did you expect? Would you expect that, I almost said Jerry Maguire. Do you expect Tobey Maguire was going to fucking play Spider-Man forever? You thought he was just going to play Spider-Man from now until the end of time, till he's 900 years old? Yeah, they're going to get recast at some point. Spider-Man is not exactly a fucking old man role.
Modern audience.
Can we stop with this girl? Can we stop? Because first of all, she was actually right. Like, no matter what side of the political spectrum you were on, screaming in that moment was actually super appropriate. The rest of us were just behind the times. We didn't realize what we were in for.
The traditional heroic male lead that was pretty much the bedrock foundation of cinema for almost 100 years is apparently no longer a viable commodity.
Top Gun Maverick was the fucking top grossing movie of 2022. Top Gun Maverick was the top grossing movie of 2022. Black Panther Wakanda Forever was the second. Unless you count, Avatar Way of Water is the fucking top grossing, but it didn't pass that in the year 2022, so that doesn't quite count. Black Panther Wakanda Forever would have very much starred a dude if not for the fact that the dude playing him died. Otherwise, that would have been another male superhero-led movie. Probably would have been bigger box office, too. Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, male-led movie. Yeah, is there like a boring, generic POC girl that's thrown in to be like, wow, how progressive? Yes. Does she leave any impression or impact whatsoever? No. The movie is called Doctor Strange. It is about Doctor Strange. He is the one that is fascinating. Avatar, The Way of Water, no characters are actually interesting in that, but the main hero is like Jake Sully, right? I guess he now has his family, and some of them are girls, so maybe does that dilute it for you? I don't know. You know, there've always been females that worked alongside male heroes, so I don't know how that would invalidate anything. Jurassic World Dominion, I've never seen it, but I'm pretty sure it's about a bunch of mostly men saving the world against impossible odds. Then you have Minions: The Rise of Gru. No idea what the plot of that is. Then The Batman, a movie about a guy. It's literally a movie about a billionaire who's like, crime is out of control, puts on a fucking bat suit and goes and beats the shit out of people. That's not fucking masculine enough for you anymore? Thor: Love and Thunder. I know you guys didn't like it, but it's still a movie about a big muscle-bound dude saving the fucking day. Spider-Man: No Way Home. Not a big muscle-bound dude, but still a dude saving the goddamn day against impossible odds. And they brought back that Spider-Man that you like so much. Sonic the Hedgehog 2, male hedgehog, saves the day. Black Adam saves the day. Elvis, well, he didn't really save the day. So, you know, but like still, almost all of the top grossing movies of last year prove that everything you're already saying in this video at 1 minute and 13 seconds in is wrong. Now, you might like those movies or you might not like those movies, but I don't care either way. The fact remains, those movies all have male leads facing impossible odds and saving the goddamn day. So what, kindly sir, are you fucking talking about?
In entertainment today, they're too dated, too toxic, too dangerous to put into the limelight, and so they've been replaced with more acceptable alternatives.
Wait, you're really gonna tell me that you feel like Robert Pattinson's Batman was like too wussy for you or whatever? Like, first of all, his whole like vibe and aesthetic was way closer to the fucking comic book version of that character than any other version's ever been. Second of all, he was like, if anything, the most violent and devoted to violence of all the Batmen that we've seen before. He was literally like, all the other Batmen were like, Batman, is that how you say that? All the other Batmans? How do you pluralize that? All the other actors that played Batman. That's how we'll do it. All the other actors that played Batman also kind of played Bruce Wayne a little bit. It's like, yeah, Bruce Wayne, it might be his cover, but he's a party animal and he's, you know. Robert Pattinson didn't even do that. He's just like, no, I'm Batman 24/7. Even when I'm Bruce Wayne, I'm Batman. I mean, like, his whole thing is like, he says he's vengeance and beats the crap out of people. Like, how are you basically just saying like you don't like him because once upon a time he played some foo-foo vampire in a goddamn terrible movie that left really not much of a cultural impact and who he himself hated? Like, Robert Pattinson doesn't even like that goddamn shit. He just took it because it was money. Like, you know that. So why you poo-pooing the motherfucker? And Timothy Chalamet there, he fucking killed it as Paul Atreides. What the hell are you talking about? And that middle guy, I don't even know who the fuck that is.
Don't believe me? Fuck it. Go turn on your TV and watch basically any commercial break that comes up in the next hour or so. Tell me, how many dumb, hapless, incompetent husbands...
Are we really doing this? Are we really doing the dumb, hapless husband freaking angle on this? Like, advertising is, like, reflective of our site? Like, do you have any idea how many fucking things are sold with, like, suave-looking men doing cool stuff? It's just stuff that's actually cool. You know, like, sports cars and a cool watch and, you know, this and that. Like, these commercials that you're seeing are mostly like buy cereal and stuff. So they try to portray like a domestic household, you know? And, you know, whatever happened to the day and the age when men could look at unflattering depictions of other men and not be so goddamn whiny about it? Like, Homer Simpson was a guy. He's a dumbass. And he's always wrong, and he's always getting into some stupid, zany antic. But we used to just be like, that's pretty funny, man. There's a little bit of that Homer Simpson in all of us, if you really think about it. We all got our dumbass side, you know, and laugh it off. But now now we're like, men are all portrayed as bumbling idiots. It's like, no, they're not. Sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. That's how it's always fucking been. Let's be honest here. your complaint is really not that men are now always being portrayed as bumbling idiots. Your complaint is that women aren't always being portrayed as that, right? Because, like, for a lot of cinematic history, women, you know, they had a few little shining moments here and there, but they were kind of sidelined. And now they're not sidelined anymore. Now, you sometimes you see competent, decisive male characters, and sometimes you see wimpy, shitty male characters, and that's always been the case. But what used to also be the case is almost all the time the woman is just like the eye candy, or she's just there to like be in a support role. But now the movies are portraying her as like an equal to the man, and that makes your little caveman brain mad. It doesn't, well, no. Let me be more clear. That makes your little grifter brain light up. Hey, I bet a bunch of these caveman brains out there would love it if I were to actually use my better, not great, but better than their intelligence to articulate the things they're feeling better than they can so that they will give me money. That's where you're at. And it's just like, once again, where's that little voice in your head that's like, don't do it, Bobby. No, there's a better way. You don't have to placate the stupids. You don't have to make that grifting money. Let their stupid ideas wither and die on the vine. Don't take a monetary incentive to bolster their stupid thoughts. Don't do it, Bobby. How do you ignore that voice? You realize you're making the world a worse place, right? You realize that you're basically what you are is an umbrella holder for chuds. When the rain of reality starts to rain on the chuds, you're the guy that extends the umbrella over their heads so that they don't have to feel that cold drip of reality hitting them in the damn face. And for that job, you get tips. They slide some money into your pocket here and there, and it's enough for you to go, wow, I got all kinds of money now. Wow, I'm so influential. I'm so powerful. You're influential and powerful among morons who believe nonsense. And that's not an opinion. It's a fact that they believe nonsense. Because, once again, the entire contention of this video, the foundation of it is flawed. You've already just laid out a fucking false premise, so anything that follows it is inevitably and invariably going to be dog shit. You suck. Critical drinker, I'm sorry, but you fucking suck, bro. You're not good. You don't make good videos. You just make videos that are accessible to a large demographic of really stupid people. And that's nothing to be proud of. You should, in fact, be ashamed for doing that.
Fathers and boyfriends do you see constantly screwing up even the most...
I don't know. I don't sit around watching commercials all day analyzing them, Anita. Okay? I'm not saying, well, what message is this sending to the country? It's sending the message, buy weed killer. Buy this fucking dumb fuck overpriced car. You know, buy this dumb TV system. Eat this fucking food. You know, like that's what it's fucking telling you. At the end of the day, that's what the message that's being sent.
Simple household tasks and needing someone more diverse to bail them out. Go ahead, I'll wait. Now, this is a trend.
No person is diverse. What do you mean someone more diverse? That literally doesn't even make sense as a fucking sentence. You just mean someone who's not a white dude. That's not diverse. That's just a person who doesn't happen to be a white man, dude. Like, what kind of crack are you smoking, bro? Do you literally look at black people and be like, oh, look at them diverses over there? Uh-oh. Like, do you call your wife like a diverse? How long is it before you just come out as gay and admit that you don't like anybody but white men? Gonna fucking be like, this bed is getting a little too woke for me with all this woman in it. Where's that dude? I need a dude in this bed. Yeah, now this bed is cool and masculine. It's like, come on, man. I don't mind. You want to suck the dick? Go ahead and suck the dick. But don't manifest your homosexuality through this weird, like, I don't even know, xenophobia, sexism, whatever the hell is going on here. Probably all of them.
And that I've noticed creeping into films and TV for quite some time now.
TJ, why is the stream unlisted? Because this is for patrons only, bro. What do you mean, why is the stream unlisted? That's what we always do when we put out patron content.
And I think the problem comes in a number of different flavors, or tropes if you will. So let's take some time to look at each one in turn. And this is going to be a pretty big topic, so I'll probably have to make this video a two-parter.
Yay, 2 parts.
This turd is gonna be real long, y'all. This is gonna take 2 shits to shit out this turd, it will.
Couldn't you just make it longer? Couldn't you just, like, not put it out until you're actually finished with it, and then it could just be 1 part, and we don't have to fucking sit through 2 of these?
To give each one the attention it deserves. And believe
TJ, why are you making money? Because I'm a fucking fool.
me, they're gonna get
By the way, dude, if Mark Hamill does Mark Hamill here look any manlier than goddamn Timothée Chalamet? Like, does he? This dude looks no manlier than Timothée Chalamet did. Looks no manlier than looks significantly less manly than Robert Pattinson, actually. But this is like, oh man, what an iconic hero. He's basically just been grandfathered in. They don't care that he looks like a little twerp because, oh man, that was the little twerp I rooted for when I was a kid growing up in that Star Wars household.
plenty of my attention. Anyway, strap in, dear viewer, as I take you through the tropes of modern male characters.
All right. This is going to be fun.
Trope number 1, the death of the stoic man. Pick out any random selection of mainstream movies that are more than 10 or 15 years old and give them a watch. Now pay particular attention to the men in those movies. Watch how they act, how they communicate with each other, the pace and tone and tempo of their conversations. Watch how they carry themselves.
Oh my God, you guys. 15 years ago, cinematic conventions are different than they are today.
Whoa, what a mind-blowing fucking concept, bro. The way women talk to each other is different. The way scenes are shot is different. Literally everything about movies now is different than movies 15, 20 years ago. That would be true for any 2 decades. You look at movies, listen how they talked in movies in the 50s. Listen how they talked in movies in the 70s. Listen to movies how they talked in the 90s. Listen to movies how they talk now. There's always going to be a profound difference after 2 fucking decades of cinematic convention has passed on by. So already, like, this is just a no-brainer fucking commentary at this point. Like, yeah, man, movies have changed in the last 15 years. Like, no shit. Prove that it's bad. Prove that it's wrong. Prove that it's doing harm. Prove that it's anything other than just a gripe of yours. And we can fucking talk. Or just start phrasing it like that. Hey, guys, I like the way they used to do movies. I don't like this new way. If you just were honest and just said it that way, I wouldn't have no problem with this. But instead it has to be like, there's a decline in the Hollywood system. They're brainwashing us to hate men. And there's no more positive role models for men no more. Look at how men used to talk in movies and now they talk like a bunch of pussies, mate. Oh, no. It's like, this is such, like, caveman on his fucking couch, like, no, bad, too woke, too stupid, too much women's.
Think about the subtle shifts of power and dominance as their scenes progress. The use of pauses and facial expressions and eye contact to clue.
Notice how vague this fucking is? Like, show me a specific example of what you're talking about then. Why is it all just this vague, like, notice the use of things that I know exist in movies. Notice how they are shot. Notice how the characters are shot. Notice how the characters talk. It's like you don't actually give any examples of any of this. You just fucking vaguely allude to it, and then people's minds fill in the blanks. Paint by numbers fucking YouTube video.
The audience in on who's dictating the pace of the conversation. Do this and you'll probably begin to pick up on a few things.
Why don't you pick up on it? You're supposed to be the fucking film critic, right? Why don't you give me an example of what the fuck you're talking about so we can actually discuss it instead of just vaguely gesturing to like, man, things used to be shot different. Characters used to talk different.
Like the fact that men in older movies are generally able to convey a lot more by saying less.
What? That's just like, that's so fucking vague. What are you talking about? Show me something. Show me a scene that demonstrates what you're talking about, and then show me another scene that fails to do that same thing, and be like, here's why this is better than this. That would be what an actual fucking movie critic would do, right? But you're not one, are you? You're just a right-wing grifter with a thin veneer of a movie critic painted onto him, who just sits here and lies to people But because you're telling a certain segment of the population the lies they want to hear, they'll eat it up by the fucking truckload and just go, yes, master. Blah, 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 blah. So corny, so shameful, so shitty, so dishonest, so scummy. Fuck you, you shitbag. I will fucking...
They're generally more reserved and project a kind of quiet confidence. They're less prone to big emotional outbursts.
Does anyone find it ironic that this spiel about like the stoic man who doesn't feel the need to talk is being brought to you by a bloviating nitwit? Like a guy who can't stop talking? I mean, look, I am that too. You can't avoid it in this fucking field, right? You make you're a YouTube commentator. You love to talk. So a person who is like sitting there like, man, whatever happened? You know, men used to be stoic, blah, 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 blah. But like he's loquacious as fuck. He just sits there blabbermouthing. Like this guy's full of opinions. This guy loves to talk. So he doesn't exemplify this. This to him is just some fucking cinematic convention. This has nothing to do with his personal identity as a dude. He's not stoic. He's not quiet. He's a loudmouth. He's a jabbering loudmouth, just like me. Just like any fucking YouTuber.
Or energetic displays of high-strung verbal diarrhea. They spend...
That's us, guy. You can't... Dude, how are you going to claim this is an assault on your person when you know for a fact that you're a blabbermouth and so am I, and neither of us is remotely stoic? You know that. So why are you fucking... Oh, no. Whatever happened to the stoic male?
Spend less time talking about themselves and how things make them feel, and more time
fucking too much feelings going on in movies nowadays, you ask me. Was it back in the day, man used to shoot another man on the screen and he didn't mind it, never. Now he's got to go to counseling. Now he's got to be all concerned, like, what about that man's family? What about his pets? What about his kids? What about his wife? Oh, cry me a fucking river with your fucking emotions, mate. I like when human beings are wantonly slaughtered on the screen with no concern, men of action.
I'm grappling with whatever problem or issue is actually at hand. When they decide to show aggression, it's generally controlled and carefully measured and deployed at just the right moment for maximum impact.
No. There are characters like that. Hold on. If you go to any time in cinematic history, you will find characters that are hotheads that cannot control their anger, that are just like fly off the handle over anything. And you will find characters that are exactly like he described, the cool guy that, you know, he does show aggression, but it's very controlled, you know, like a Gustavo Fring type. Or his example of like Khan from Star Trek 2. At least I think that's his example. He probably doesn't edit his own videos. Someone else is probably choosing all these actual references. But, you know, that's the reference we were given. And that seems fitting enough. And then there are characters that they don't express much anger at all. They don't really show that much aggression. They're very like, live and let live. Maybe they you know, if there's something absolutely calls for it, they might show it, but that's about it. They're not going to fly off the handle for any reason, controlled or otherwise. They're just going to be very cool and level-headed. You can literally find those three archetypes at any point in cinematic history. Like there's no problem. Like you give me a fucking film era and I'll be like, yeah, okay. Like so there's Dirty Harry, who is, you know, probably the kind that he's a hothead, but he keeps it controlled for the most part, you know? Sometimes it spirals a little out of control, but like for the most part, he's that controlled anger, you know? But then you have something like the Travis Bickle from Taxi Driver, who cannot control his anger, who just is, you know, he's going to wild out. He's losing fucking control. He's spiraling on the edge. And then you have a character like, I don't know, Luke Skywalker, for example. You never see Luke get super pissed in the first Star Wars movie. You know, he gets sad sometimes, but he never really reacts. You never see a moment of Luke enraged until Jedi, really. So, yeah, you can fucking point to all kinds of, and by then the rage was so justified. But like, he wasn't a character that was by his nature prone to anger. Maybe a little fucking bitchy and moany here and there, but not like, fuck you, buddy, that kind of shit. So, you can go from any era of cinema, any decade, any time frame, probably even any year, and find characters in the media that have different relationships towards anger because they're all different characters. So the idea that like this cinematic convention of the character that has like controlled anger, that's somehow vanished from cinema, like, no, it hasn't. Like, it just simply has not.
They're less likely to admit to personal weaknesses, insecurity, and emotional fragility, or complain about physical discomfort and danger. In writing terms...
Dude, what about the Batman from last year? Literally, one of the examples you showed as this is a girly man, but like, once again, looking at the Batman from last year, that was a character that took immense physical damage. And like, he was also dealing with emotional fucking issues, but like, he was controlling his anger, I guess, to some extent. He was unleashing it on the criminals of Gotham. But other than that, he was keeping it under wraps. So I don't know. I mean, it just seems like your idea that these conventions have vanished just doesn't... I mean, like, how many times can I just look at what you're saying and be like, that's just not true? Like, I wish that we could move past a not true premise and you could state an opinion and then we could have an argument about it. But instead, I just keep putting forth false premise after false premise. Like, here's a lie, here's a lie, here's a lie. It's like, what am I going to do with that other than just point out it's a fucking lie? But that's such boring shit. I've gotten to the point now where I'm critiquing Critical Drinker through the context of, is he worthy of me responding to him? And unfortunately, like with so many other videos, the answer is no. Because he's not putting forth an argument. He's just putting forth a bunch of fake premises. And of course, anyone can fucking make a good argument based on lies. Oh man, they don't do this anymore. Yeah, they do. Oh man, you don't see these kind of movies anymore. Yeah, you do. Oh man, shut up. What you're basically trying to do is just give voice to like a vague sense of dissatisfaction that exists out there in the zeitgeist. And the reason that it exists out there in the zeitgeist is simply because there's a bunch of dudes right around our age range, like 30s and shit, that are just mad that the culture has kind of moved on from the shit they liked. And now they're just really upset and throwing a fucking tantrum about it. Like, sorry, but that's just like kind of how it is. You know what? They'll start making shit for you. I mean, like, I'm sure they probably already do, but like, they're going to make more. I guarantee you, if you're a demographic out there that has to be pleased by something, someone's going to fucking take up the reins and do it. I don't know who it's going to be, but like, someone will start making crap for you. It's going to suck, and it's going to be so lame, and it's going to be like so much worse than like the rest of media. It's going to fucking like look like shit. It's going to be cheap. It's going to be ugly. It's pretty much going to be trash, but someone will make it for you. You can watch all of your favorite little things that you miss from fucking 90s movies in these carbon copy, low budget remakes of 90s movies. And when I say remakes, I don't mean taking the same property and updating it. I mean trying to make a movie that seems like it's a 90s movie and doing it with an inadequate budget and insufficient talent. That's what you'll get. And, you know, hey, have at it. I would rather just like think that I'm strong enough in my opinions and views that I'm not going to just be like magically brainwashed because I saw a movie that disagrees with it. Like, oh man, I'm not personally of this belief, but now that I've been subjected to it, I'm super offended. Like, maybe just stop being a pussy about different beliefs or different values. Like, Hollywood shit doesn't really reflect my values either, but I don't just bitch about it non-fucking stop. I find the things that actually do suit me a little bit. I watch those. And then when I watch the other stuff, I just take it as entertainment value. I don't fucking sit there wringing my hands. Oh my God, what about that message? Oh my God, that sends the message about this thing. And the fucked up thing is that when literally any other group in society was doing this, looking at media and being like, oh man, I don't like the way this show portrays fat people. You were like, so what, fatty? Fuck you, shut up.
learn to fucking do. You think your offense entitles you to something? You think just because you're offended by something, we should have to change it? Fuck off, snowflake. Women are like, a lot of times women are not portrayed in media in a very flattering manner. Shut up, bitch. You'll take what you're given. You got Ripley from Aliens. You got your fucking... She's a badass. That's fine. What about Metroid? She's a girl. The fucking girl from Metroid, Samus? Yeah. She's a fucking girl. Why don't you shut the fuck up, bitch? Fucking whiny SJW offended by everything. But now that the culture has shifted just a little tiny bit, and maybe men are not being displayed in the same flattering light that you want and are used to, it's like, you just never see real men on the big screen anymore, you guys. They need to, this is like, you just keep putting all this shit with these fucking women, this diversity shit, inclusion and bullshit. And it's like, whatever happened to big, strong, burly men who are stoic and tough and disciplined and, all that stuff. And there's all this emotion shit now. Trying to get me to confront feelings I have and shit, bro. The fuck is that, And now it's like everyone is supposed to be like, oh, you poor dears, we're so sorry. Oh, no, we didn't mean to hurt your poor little feelings. Oh, you poor babies. Here. Oh, yeah, we're going to make movies for you again. Oh, yeah, it's going to be cool. Oh, so cool. Wow, look at that. Look at that tough man. Oh, he's so tough. So big and so tough. You like the tough man, don't you? Oh, yeah, he's a big man. Oh, look at him with his big muscles and he shoots a big gun. Wow, he's cool, huh? That's right, sport. There's your fucking movie. No. We're going to do the same thing that we did when anyone else had these bitch-ass, whiny fucking complaints. Shut up. You don't like it? Make something better on your own you do something better. Go out there and fucking do it yourself then. Make your own fucking entertainment. Tell your own fucking stories. I mean, credit where credit is due. The Critical Drinker at least has published some books. So he actually has tried to contribute something artistically. I don't know about their quality. They sound kind of like Jason Bourne ripoff shit to me, but hey, whatever. At least he's putting out the kind of shit that he wants to see in the world. So he's not a total fucking hypocrite on this. But most of the motherfuckers in his audience that he caters to and panders to are. Because they want to complain incessantly about how the media it doesn't tell the kind of stories I like. It doesn't show the kind of characters I like. Well, then go fucking tell your own stories and make up your own fucking characters, you pussy. Quit fucking whining because society doesn't want to hand you every fucking goddamn thing you want on a silver fucking platter. Like, hey, sir, does this movie meet your approval? Is this manly enough for you? Fuck off, you pussies. You want to fucking talk about manliness? You know an attribute of manliness is, especially from this classic era you idolize so much? Not being a little pussy-ass bitch. Not being a little girl who movies don't do what I likes no more. Wasn't that an attribute of manliness? Little fucking enough mental toughness to have a movie disagree with your sensibilities without you fucking crying about it for a million fucking years over an increasing gauntlet of shittier and shittier fucking videos. Done. What are we doing to white people? I've been assured by the people who sent this to me this is not a parody, so apparently it's ridiculous enough to come across like one.
Let's talk about what we're doing to white people.
Okay.
There's been something going on.
So, hold up. Because, God damn it, don't click that one. Click the one on this screen. No. So because, there's subtitles, I'm gonna move my, my thing here.
little bit. There we go. I'm going to start over. So, what are we doing to white people? Like I said, the people who sent this to me have warned me that it is not a parody, so I'm assuming that it's pretty bad.
Let's talk about what we're doing to white people.
So I don't know who this is. Apparently some people know who this is. I have no idea. But he's going to tell us about what I'm assuming he means Asian people, but I don't know that for sure. What we have been doing to white people. I'm not sure who's we in this. Hopefully that will be explained. His video is just quiet though. Like it just is really quiet. But there's subtitles on it, so I don't think it really matters. Just look at the subtitles. I mean, I could try to boost it, but it's probably just going to sound really fucking weird. I mean, the video is just quiet. It's a quiet video. I've boosted the sound, so hopefully this will be better.
Let's talk about what we're doing to white people. There's been something going on for a while now that we're being told not to notice. More to the point, that we're asking white people not only to ignore, but to accept. The rising tide of racial hatred against white people. In the past decade, there has been a noticeable cultural shift in what constitutes acceptable speech as it relates to white people. Back when I was a kid, in the early 2000s, the mainstream American culture preached about respecting each other's differences and not seeing color. Nowadays, we say that not seeing color is racism, that you must see color. But the more I see how things are unfolding, the more I'm...
Well, wait a minute. If you're saying that there's a rising tide, the argument of, hey, we shouldn't even see color, that was always used to dismiss any other race talking about racial inequality in America. So if you're going to bring that argument up, then I think it dismisses your own thing here, because the idea that now we should care now that it's white people, that just kind of once again shows that white people want a different fucking advantage for themselves, right? Like we want to be judged by a different standard than everybody else. Because when black people are like, man, this system ain't fair. Look, I don't even see race, y'all. Hey, man, this Mexican's like, hey, this system's not fair. Hey, man, I don't even see race, y'all. And now that white people are like, man, this system ain't fair. This system ain't fair. Which I don't even know what their basis for that really is, honestly. But now that is the opinion of some, like, hey, by your own logic, kind of fuck off with that. Or, let's just take everybody's claims seriously. Hey, black people, what do you not like about what's going on in America? Okay, cool. Let's make some changes. Hey, Asian people, what do you not like? Okay, let's make some changes. Hey, women, what do you not like? Okay, let's make those changes. Hey, white people, what do you not like? Okay, yeah, we'll take the change. Why don't we just talk to everybody? Talk to them individually, talk to them as groups, talk to them as fucking different interests and shit. Say like, hey, what does everybody want? We throw that all in a big tumbler. We fucking talk about it. We dance around it. We have a little conversation. We figure out like, hey, how do we get the most of what everybody wants for everyone? How do we do that? Okay, that's how we do it. Okay, cool. Yay. We're not going to come up with a perfect, there's too many fucking groups for it to be like, oh man, we came up with the perfect solution that pleases everybody. But we don't even try that. That's not even our methodology. It's not even our approach. If you're advocating right here and now to me that you want to live in a post-racial society like that, you want to say, hey, it's a post-racial society because now all races are equally represented in democracy, then okay, yeah, I'm on board. But if you're saying something other than that, I don't know. Not feeling it. Sorry, bro.
I'm convinced that this is wrong. Back then, saying something offhanded about white people were seen as not appropriate, just as it would be to say something offhanded.
Dude, when 25? No. Go back 20 years ago. Go watch a Chris Rock special. He literally says, N-words are not afraid of Al-Qaeda. They're afraid of Al-Kraqa. Right? There was plenty of fucking anti-white shit said in those specials that, he lampooned black people too, of course. So there was a little bit of an equal opportunity thing, but there was plenty of shit. If anything, every group has gotten more sensitive across the board, because I feel like black people used to accept more shit talk about black people. White people used to accept more shit talk about white people. Everybody kind of accepted more shit talk back then. I don't know what it was. Back in the 90s, it wasn't like offended people didn't exist. They were still there, and there were still moral panics and moral outrages, but like the attitude dominant in American culture at that time was kind of like, if you're a whiny crybaby bitching about something you saw on TV or any of this stuff, the general attitude of the American public seemed to kind of be like, fuck you, who cares? Just fucking don't watch it then. That was like the prevailing attitude. And now the prevailing attitude, left, right, center, and otherwise, seems to be, oh my God, how can we stop this egregious offense? You know? Like, I think everybody, you know, whether you're white, black, Asian, whatever the fuck, one way in which I think we should be post-racial is I think everybody should probably fucking thicken their skin up a little goddamn bit. Because, like, we can't have fucking adult conversations in a fucking country like this where if we're trying to actually solve this shit, everybody can't get offended and scandalized the first time they hear something that's like, oh, that's a little racist. Oh, that's a little sexist. If there's any fucking wiggle room, would you give the motherfucker the wiggle room? Because otherwise, how is the conversation supposed to fucking take place? How is it supposed to happen? It can't happen. If everybody is so offended and so hurt over every little thing, and white people, you're the fucking worst lately with this shit. Because you don't even fucking have that many fucking issues. Basically, your biggest complaint is like, oh man, people are meaner to us than they used to be. Man, you sure could say a lot more against us, but really you can't, because you're a super offended block too. You're just more hyper aware of how offended you are perpetually. Because that's what American culture has fucking become at this point. A culture of perpetual offense, perpetual victimization, perpetual poor fucking me, perpetual everyone fucking bowed down at the altar of my fucking problems. And I'm not saying we shouldn't be supportive of one another and empathetic towards one another, but goddamn, it's gone too fucking far, guys. Maybe it was too far the other way at one point, but it's too fucking far this way now. Pull that shit back a little bit, because we need to be able to have honest conversations with each other. If you can't have an honest conversation with a person, how the fuck can either person ever fucking change their minds? How can this country or this planet ever move forward if we can't even fucking communicate? Because everyone's so, oh, you offended me. Oh, you hurt my feelings. Oh.
About people of any other race.
By the way, you might wonder why I keep talking about white people holding these beliefs when I'm responding to a Chinese person or Asian person of some kind fucking putting this stuff forth. The reason is that I know what this guy is, and I identified it fucking pretty much instantaneously. This is just the new, like, now that there's some anti-Asian sentiments rising in America, this guy sees an opportunity to become the tokenistic right-wing Asian grifter. Because if there's one thing a right-winger loves, it's the group that they're trying to fuck with, reiterating their points against that group. They love a black person that's willing to come out and be like, man, these black people, terrible. Just terrible. You know? They'll have some woman be like, these women these days, they just don't know how to respect their man. Whatever happened to real men? Oh, yeah, well, yeah. They love, these conservatives, it gets their dick so hard when they see one of these people from a group they don't like backing them up about how that group really is terrible. That's their favorite fucking thing in the whole world. And this guy is just like, anti-Asian sentiment on the rise. Now's my time to throw my hand in the grift rink and make this dumb fuck video. Now's my time to be like, you poor white people, you know? It's just, I hate to see what they've done to you white people. It's crazy. It's time that someone like me, an Asian man, stood up for you whites. You know, and it's just like, and that they're like, oh, wow, yes, finally, one of the good ones, finally. And that's all he is. This guy is basically a dude whose self-esteem is so fucking low that he's willing to fucking basically go to people who are racist against his race and be like, you're right about us. We do suck, you guys. And then that's how he wants, think about making your living like that. Think about the kind of human being that fucking does that. Think about the kind of human being that fucking decides to aid and abet bigots against themselves for monetary gain. Like, think about how fucking deranged and shitty and just like bereft of humanity, what a fucking shell of a human being a motherfucker would have to be to do that shit. You say grifting isn't a fucking talent? Yeah, it takes talent to be that bereft of a human fucking soul or even a shred of integrity. And I'm saying this as a guy that's barely got that fucking shred, but this is fucking beneath my ass. Holy goddamn fucking cannoli, bitch.
But that soon gave way to our current times, in which there exists virtually no limit to what racial minorities can and do say about white people. I believe this is the natural...
We need to put them back in their place, boys. We need to put them back in their goddamn place.
You know what? I know I'm going to get shit for skipping so many of these videos when I've barely gotten into them and shit, because this is supposed to be abandoned hope. But really, like, once I've said what I have to say, fuck these people. I'm done with them. You know what? That's my new fucking catchphrase. Yeah, you're done. Done with you. Bye. Fuck off. Goodbye. Eat shit. Goodbye. What we got next? Dave Rubin. Okay. Hello, Dave Rubin. What you got for me, buddy?
That because the woke thing is so out of control and because 2 + 2
Oh my God. Yeah, the woke thing, bro. You seen this woke thing? You guys heard about woke? Hey, it's me, Dave Rubin. You guys heard about woke lately? Can I select this thing, please? That'd be cool. Hey, it's me, Dave Rubin. Have you guys heard about woke? Are you guys aware that things are becoming woke out there in the woke world where things are woke? You guys heard about woke lately? Man, I don't know if you guys have heard about this, but this woke, it just seems like it's so woke, and it just woke, you guys. Oh my God, Wokity, woke, woke, woke. Have you heard about woke? Woke's coming for you. Woke killed your dog. Woke raped your mom. Woke wants to burn your house down. Buy my book to learn how to stop woke from burning your house down. Oh my God, Wokity, woke, woke. Uh-oh, woke's coming. Mr. Rubin, is this woke in the room with us right now? There he is! There's woke! Get out of here, woke! You torment me, no!
Man, you know, everything these days is just woke. Everything these days is just woke, woke, woke.
A man can't even tell a joke, 'cause everything is too damn woke. Woke the musical, yeah. So beautiful. Women think they're the equal of men, and they can use the singular pronoun them because things are too woke. Oh no, oh woe is me in this woke country. Oh my God, dude, fuck yourself to death, you fucking leech, you fucking parasite, you scumbag, degenerate fucking loser. Woke! Woke! Oh my God, it's so woke! Haven't you guys seen how fucking woke it is? Oh my God, I found that to be quite woke. Well, I never woke.
Woke. Oh, it's woke. Oh no, everything's woke.
Oh shit.
You guys, I just looked at this water right here. And one of my ice cubes is being played by Rosario Dawson. This water's woke! This water's woke! They're trying to make us all starve. They're trying to make us all die of thirst out here. What are we going to do now that water's woke, boys? What are we going to do? What are we going to drink? Everything's got water in it. Wait a minute. The human body is 80% water. That means I'm 80% woke. No!
Oh, shit. What the fuck happened? Dude, look how tiny I am. Don't do that, you fucking prick. What are you doing to me? No, I'm upside down now? God damn, bro. No, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that shit, screen. Don't do that.
These are girls, and if you're not racist, you are racist, because everything is so backwards. When everything's backwards, people need something to fall back on. And I can feel this. I can feel it.
Stitch that on a pillow, man. What a quote. When everything is backwards, people need something to fall back on.
I thought I was an atheist 5 or 6 years ago. I'm not anymore. I'm a believer. I toured with.
You thought you were an atheist? I thought I was an atheist, but then I talked to a bunch of the people I was grifting, and it turns out that yeah, I should probably just say I'm a Christian now. Yeah.
Jordan Peterson.
He literally is probably just like a few years away from the straight conversion. You know, I used to think I was gay, but as it turns out, wow, pussy is great. God damn, I love that stuff, you know? Man, that sweet pink fucking pussy, I love fucking that thing. That's what I'm about. Dick, ooh, gross. Disgusting.
He moved me on probably the most important question of all, you know, in essence. I think a lot of people are going to go that direction.
What was this most important question of all again? I plumb forgot it because it probably wasn't that fucking important. So moving on.
Sad state in a way because liberalism in its truest form should be able to stand on its own, but the left has destroyed liberalism, changed things so that words have no meaning anymore, and
no one has changed. If we change things where words didn't have any meaning anymore, there'd literally be no way for us to communicate with each other. I would just be listening to you utter syllables, and you'd be listening to me utter syllables, and neither of us would comprehend a fucking thing. You'd be like, huh? What? Huh? What? Huh? What? What you're complaining about is not that the words don't mean anything anymore, you fucking baby. You know, this is basically like, hey, you know, son, there's 3 forms of the word there. There's, you know, the contraction of they are, and then there's the possess. Shut up, Dad. What? Do words even mean anything anymore? What? 3 theirs? How fuck I'm supposed to remember that, Dad? It comes across like that. The definitions of some words have been amended. It's pretty normal as a fucking civilization evolves, okay? Like I know that you in particular are grateful for the redefinition of that word marriage, right? Remember when marriage used to mean something that was disadvantageous to you? And then we made some changes to the definition, and now you like it? Remember that? Remember when that happened? You fucking putz? I bet you... How much credence did you give back then when you saw some right-winger being like, do words even mean anything anymore? You know how you thought that guy was a fucking dumbass? Well, guess what? That's you now. You are now that dumbass, Dave. Congratulations, you moron.
Then people will go to religion. I'm actually not saying that religion is bad. I'm not saying that at all, actually. I think at the end, societies somehow need an organizing principle, and I don't know that there is one better than belief at some level.
I do. There is. Yeah, there's lots of better ones. It turns out that everyone forming a society on the basis of a lie that we exist to glorify a God that doesn't exist. Yeah, that's actually not a great idea. Turns out that fucking really sucks. Turns out it's way better to base a country on like reason and empiricism and things that are actually provable. I don't know. It seems like when you pay a little lip service to reality, things tend to work out a little better for you. I don't know. That seems to be how things go. Maybe you're wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, and you're going to turn out to actually be really smart and ahead of me on this curve. And it turns out that, you know, hey, you know, when society stopped reading Jack and the Beanstalk and taking it as a literal documentary of a thing that happened, when people started doubting the veracity of Jack and the Beanstalk, that's really when society crumbled. You know, it turns out that fairy tales are a good basis for any civilization. No, actually not. They tend to be a pretty shitty basis for anything. your life, civilization, marriage, any fucking institution. You apply any institution that you make religion the cornerstone of tends to fucking collapse, tends to turn into shit, tends to just be shit at the inception of the institution and just like has horrible results for humanity. That's what tends to go on. Now, there's no system under the sun that's free of problems, but until we actually pull our heads out of the god ass and decide we're going to pay attention to like how things really are and what's actually happening and data and stuff, until we start to do that, things are never really going to be all that great, okay? And even then, it's a lot of hard work, but it'd be pretty helpful if you guys would get on board with not being total fucking retards, please. Could you do that for me? Could you decide to just not be a fucking debt? I'm not asking you to necessarily be part of the solution, but could you stop being part of the fucking problem, you prick? You know, can we just like maybe give you money to go away and shut up? Can we just start like a grifter retirement fund where we just pay all these grifters to just go the fuck away? Give them one cash lump sum, like this is what you get, but you got to go away forever. There'd just be new grifters rising up to take their place. Because, you know, the problem ain't really the grifters, to be honest with you. The problem is the people being grifted. The problem is the huge segment of the population that actually is receptive to this kind of messaging. Because they're the ones who want to hear this. Every motherfucker that you see in front of you spreading these talking points does not actually believe them themselves, as evidenced by the fact that they're smart enough to utter a sentence, with the exception of Glen Beck. He might actually be stupid enough to believe the nonsense that he spews. But the rest of these guys, they're too smart to be saying the stuff they're saying, because the stuff they're saying is like demonstrably idiotic beyond what any person of reasonable intelligence could ever assess as like a factual thing. So that leaves only the option that they are grifters, and that means they're totally motivated by money, and what they have chosen to do for their chosen profession is lie to idiots for money. So how do we stop them from doing that? Well, the only solution I really see is less idiots, you know, because as long as there's idiots, people are going to pander to them. And as long as people are pandering to idiots, society can't advance. Therefore, we need less idiots. Therefore, we need to reform education and probably do some other things as well that, you know, whatever. It's going to be fun. That's all I'm going to tell you.
But I completely agree with you.
And you're Jewish?
Yeah.
You go to temples? Where do you go? What do you do?
You know, it's funny. I've sort of come back towards it. Dennis Prager actually helped me a lot on this.
The words Dennis Prager helped me are the scariest words in the English language. There isn't anything that can top that for me. That's like, you know, Ronald Reagan said, "I'm from the government, I'm here to help," is the scariest words. No, Dennis Prager helped me. It's like, what did he help you do? I don't even want to know about that.
He ran in LA. He's not a rabbi technically, but he was running services and runs sort of like a misfit temple. And I started going, and
the Temple of Misfits. Yeah, that sounds cool. And then I went to the Temple of Misfits, and I was baptized in the blood of Dennis Prager. That's right. He sheds his blood, and he puts it upon the brows of the believers, and we recite the sacred incantation.
Dennis has been a mentor and a friend and everything else.
Dude, kudos to this marvel of grifting, dude. Because any normal and sensible person in the world, when forced by circumstance to say the words, Dennis Prager is my... Sorry. Dennis Prager is my... Dennis Prager is my Dennis Prager is my mentor. Fuck, that was hard. Oh, God, ow. That jaw clench. Fuck. You know, like a normal person, or even an abnormal person like me, a normal person kind of like can't quite bring themselves to utter such a horrible sentence. But Dave Rubin, he takes that shit like a duck to fucking water, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah. Guys, guess what? Dennis Prager is my mentor, guys. Yeah, he really helped me. Oh, wow, he's so smart. Dennis fucking Prager, you guys. Oh, my God, he's such a fucking genius, bro. Dennis Prager is my fucking hero. Oh, my God, I worship at the altar
Like, wow. Astonishing, sir. That's brilliant. I love the way you can just fucking suck that Dennis Prager dick. You know, just like, because, you know, obviously, what's going on in Dave Rubin's brain right now as he's saying that Dennis Prager's his mentors, he knows the dark, cold, hideous truth that Dennis Prager is not an impressive man, that Dennis Prager is, in fact, a fucking moron, that Dennis Prager is, in fact, a slug in human form. But nonetheless, he digs deep. He commits to the character, he commits to the grift, and he utters the word. He looks you in the fucking eyeballs, and he utters those words of, Dennis Prager is a mentor of mine. What an inspirational man. Wow, what balls. Dave, holy shit. How do you fit your balls under that desk, guy? Motherfuckers must be huge. I don't know how your husband survives getting cummed in by balls that big. Holy shit. You must fucking measure your sperm count by the fucking liter, bro. Holy goddamn hell. Balls of fucking, enormous proportions. To be able to look people in the eye and just tell a bold-faced fucking untruth like that. Wow, man, Dennis Prager is such a fucking smart intellectual. Wow, yeah, wow. Whoa, he did it. He did the trick. He said the thing that's patently untrue. What an amazing fucking person. He can do anything. The Griftotron 9000.
And he brought me back to a lot of that. But, you know, for Jews, I'm sure it's somewhat similar to you. It's become more of a culture and a way of thinking and a sense of humor. And holy shit, we survived somehow 5,000 years of this lunacy, and there's still a couple of us left. So, but I am trying to figure out how that pieces into my life.
Well, regarding church, religion, ultimately what we're talking about, I think, is just a bigger sense of purpose and meaning in life. Ultimately, we're all just trying to figure out what the hell are we doing here? We're like,
No. Once again, wrong. We are trying to figure out what the hell we're doing here. As in atheists, agnostic, non-believer, secular motherfuckers. We're trying to figure shit out. You motherfuckers have already decided some bullshit. You guys looked at a book of Bronze Age myths like, holy shit, wow, a fucking talking snake in a tree. That's it. We got the fucking solution, bro. Yeah, don't question me. Don't question me. I got faith. Yeah, well, your faith don't mean much to me, man. You know what? I like reasons. I don't like faith. Sorry. In the competition between, like, things that are provable, things that make sense, I choose that over religion. Because religion is not those things. Religion is a bunch of fucking hogwash. Religion is a bunch of fucking ego stroking. Religion is a bunch of nonsense. Religion doesn't make any damn sense. Religion is fucking stupid. I hate religion. Religion is gay. Fuck religion in the ass with a strap on till it's dead. I don't care. Fuck religion. Religion, religion, religion. That's it. That's how I feel. You want my feelings on their most base level? Caveman TJ say, religion bad. Religion caused people to surrender higher critical thinking faculties and accept fable as explanation. Like, that's how I feel, guy. That's how I feel. Respect my fucking feelings, huh? Me respect yours? No. Mine are based on real shit. Yours are based on lies. I don't respect lies. Go fuck yourself. Goodbye. What the fuck happened here? There we go. Actually, you know, I'm going to save these for... I don't want to fucking do substandard work on this shit. I feel like I blew my nut on these, and I got fucking what I needed. I don't want to fucking give you guys substandard shit, because that's going to lead to substandard clips. I'm going to be doing this 5 hours, so I've done a pretty respectable show length here, so I'm going to probably wrap it, but I'm going to talk to you guys for a minute. So you guys got anything you want to say? Go ahead and say it, blah, blah, blah. Let's fucking chat. Okay. God damn it. Fucking stupid shit. All right. How many clips I get out of that? I got 1, 2, Man, I don't know about that slug one. Maybe 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's good. I did really good tonight. I was pretty proud of some of those little rants I did. A little bit of verbal poetry for you. Yeah, I was pretty pleased with how a lot of those segments turned out. Here is to the next 5 years of great content shots. Will this live stream stay on YouTube for patrons? Yeah, this is for patrons. You know, but I am gonna clip it up and put these clips out because they're too good. Hey TJ, if goals aren't met on onion nuggets, do they transfer to the grease trap? No. The reason we don't do that is because we don't want people to just be like, you know, I'm just going to wait for the grease trap because they're going to cover it anyway. You know, there's nothing special about the goal if we're just going to give it to people. But I will say there's nothing that we put on that roster, or at least very little, that we won't eventually cover for you guys. You know, if something is our basic strategy, I think, is like if something doesn't get met, we're just going to put it at a lower tier value in a future episode. We'll get around to covering everything for the most part because we're not going to waste research or time pulling something. Awesome, Van Hope. I missed like the best 2 months. Excuse me. I mean, my cell crushing Bob just fly by. Well, that's what I'm here for, really. I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, I can have delusions of like power and prestige and shit, but like really what I do is I distract people from how shitty their lives are for a minute. Like that's the truest job of any entertainer, I think, the core of it. So hopefully you get some messages or whatever the fuck along the way, or you at least enjoy the presentation. But that's basically what we're doing. You know, and like a lot of life is boring. The funny thing is I'm egotistical enough to be my own entertainment because I will go and listen to this stream myself later just to watch me. So, you know, I know two kinds of fucking people who do this kind of shit. I know people who do it, but absolutely cannot stand to see their own shit. Cannot stand it. It just like, oh, they hate it. So it's like nails on a chalkboard. That, oh my God, don't show me. And I get that feeling sometimes, but most of the time I'm definitely the other kind that's just like, wow, I'm so great. look at me go. Wow. God damn, I'm impressed with me. What a fucking hero. But I think at the end of the day, yeah, like we're here to distract from tedious shit or tumultuous shit or whatever, you know, by providing something that's, you know, more fun or at least different than what you're used to. I wish I wasn't 4 hours late. I mean, you can go back and start it. You know, you don't have to. It doesn't have. You don't have to watch it live to enjoy it. You know, you can go back, and I'm still here now. I mean, like, you know, I haven't gone yet. I just don't want to do any. I don't want to try. Basically, I don't feel like I have. I don't feel like I could summon up the energy for like another, like what I consider to be like an A tier of my like ability to make fun of a clip. I don't think I could do another A tier if I did another clip. And I saw I was facing down an article and I'm like, that's even harder. Because I'm going to actually have to make arguments there. I can't just point out what a grifter everybody is. Because there's probably going to be some kind of like argumentation or something that like research. And I'm just like, you know, I want to be on my A game for that. I want to come at that fresh. And I've been doing 5 hours, so I'm not going to be fresh. I mean, it's a little less than 5 hours because my intro was pretty long, but 4.5 hours. I don't want to come at any material less than fucking what I feel is my best, because that's been too big of a problem of mine, you know. But these kind of in between sessions where we can just kind of talk as people and shit is more like, you know, I don't have to be turning on the persona as much or whatever. I can just kind of be more chill, which I think is like closer to my natural state. But you know, not that I don't have my psychotic my psychotic rage moments. I do. Give us some B tier. It's still great. Yeah, but you know what? I don't want to give you B tier. I could give you B tier, and it would still be good. But the thing is, I'd rather give you A tier later than B tier now, especially when I've already done 7 segment clippable worthy fucking things here. You know? And those all I feel went really well. The slug one I'm not super sure about, but I'll watch back and see if it entertains me, and if it does, I'll keep it. TJ, please scream in anger. I am so mad right now. Please just lose your mind on camera for me. It would really make my day. I appreciate what you're saying, but I don't like it. I don't think the relationship should be that transactional where I just become like a puppet for your emotions. I feel like that's too close to what these grifters do. I don't want to put forth something that's inauthentic, you know, just to help you vent your emotion. I think there's plenty of fucking places you can go for that. That could do it better than me. Go listen to a really loud, aggressive song. Go fucking punch a pillow. You know, do some air kicks. Sometimes I'll just like kick the air or punch the air, you know, and that relieves fucking anger. Or, you know, something like that. Because I just don't feel like being angry right now. I just told you I was kind of done performing. So I'm not going to perform on command. You know. I don't know. I'm not trying to fucking shame you or anything. I'm just explaining my reasoning for not wanting to fulfill that request, because you deserve that respect of me explaining that to you. Why I don't feel like I should do that. I don't hope you don't take offense to it. I'm not trying to be offensive. Although I find that I frequently am offensive just by the virtue of the things I believe. But I don't try to offend people. Not usually, anyway. I'm too old for mosh pits now. No one is too old for a mosh pit. You might be too out of mosh pit condition for a mosh pit. But you're definitely not too old for a mosh pit. You know? You just need to train up. Mosh pit training, if you care about it that much. Because I've definitely seen people in mosh pits that were pretty aged. Can you juggle? No, I have really bad hand-eye coordination. I remember when I was a kid, there was this, we would, you know, play baseball or whatever. Not really baseball, we just like hit the ball. And one of the kids' dads was like throwing the balls to everybody. You know, and they're swinging, and you know, it was like he threw 10 pitches, and it was like you're supposed to try to get as many as you can out of 10, hit as many as you can out of 10, and you know, other kids just like, oh wow, you hit 8, good. Oh wow, you hit 7, that's good. You hit 6, pretty respectable, you know. And I hit 0. I fucking missed every goddamn ball. So, because my timing was just too off. You know, I was always just a little second too slow. I don't have, like, I'm just like a lumbering thing. You know, I have very little grace. I'm very, like, I slam things. I grab things aggressively. I involuntarily throw shit. You know, like, I don't just drop shit. I could be, like, doing something, gesticulating, and then just, like, release, and it just goes, you know. So, yeah, I have no grace. I have very low dexterity. I'm like a lumbering creature. I'm like a bull in a china shop everywhere I go, basically. I try to be careful, because I have to be. Because if I wasn't, I would be even more destructive. But naturally speaking, I tend to be rough on things. I break fucking, you know, I don't know, anything I own, I'm rough on. I mean, I try to be careful, but like, I'm too inclined towards fucking just like, so, yeah, I don't know. I just don't really have great coordination with that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I definitely cannot juggle. But maybe, I don't know, maybe learning how to juggle would help with some of that stuff. I don't fucking know. Maybe it would long last teach me some of those skills. But I don't really have the patience to learn something worthless. Like, if I learn something, I have to see like it's tangibly going to do this. And there's no guarantee that learning to juggle would improve my overall like dexterity. It might just, I'm good at juggling, but I'm still a klutz in every other fucking regard, right? So my dad just handed me a beer. Cool. That's a good dad right there. My dad just handed me a beer. Then we're gonna go and shoot ourselves a steer. Let's take Adderall. I haven't taken it in a while. I don't have a new doctor yet. I have to find a doctor in my local area. I haven't got around to it as of yet. I have equilibrium problems, so I can relate. Yeah, I don't really feel like I have equilibrium problems, but maybe I do. I don't know. I don't have great balance, but if I work on my balance, I can improve it. Like at various times in my life, I've kind of like done some balancing exercises, and usually I get better, but I also usually get bored. Frosty the Snowman was a jolly happy soul with a corncob pipe and a button nose and a show. Frosty the Snowman was a stupid piece of shit. Is there any sketchy online doctors where you are? I don't know. Maybe. I haven't looked into it yet. Just don't go to Dr. Acula. Oh, shit. Yeah. Good point. Because you know what that spells if you take out the period and the space, you know. It spells Duracula. I mean, it hurt because my knees, etc. I didn't age well. Yeah, but I mean, like, you could strengthen all that shit up. Like, there's nothing preventing that other than just, like, you don't want to do it, which I understand because, like, there's a lot of stuff I want to accomplish, but I don't want to do the stuff that I have to do to get there. So, you know, I realize you just have to make choices in life. This idea that you can, like, have it all, appealing but false, you know? I don't know. I seek better balance, but balance I have yet to find. Goriest movie you've seen? I don't know. Probably Dead Alive, also known as, like, I think Brain Dead. Yeah, I mean, that movie's super bloody. Yeah, it's probably one of the goriest movies you could possibly... I don't even know if you could really top it. I mean, you could probably. But it'd be tough. What up, TJ? Shit, I almost missed the stream. You pretty much did. Because we're very close to just winding it up now. But, you know. Yeah, I haven't quite decided to pull the plug yet, so... It's hard for me to fathom how tall you'd be in person because I'm conditioned to see you in this perspective. Well, so a good, I guess, measure of that would be like you take a door like this of average height, you know. And I don't know, that gives you more of a basis, I guess. One would hope. You know, average size door. Danny barely fits the door, yeah. That's true. They're barely, they do accommodate me, but they are kind of small. Do you have to duck? No, I don't have to duck to get in the door. I'll show you how much clearance I have. I guess I could do that. People are kind of fascinated by my height sometimes. I don't know why. A lot of people think I'm short if they don't know that I'm tall. I don't know what about me exudes shortness, but About that much clearance. From the top of that to the bottom of that. So I'm not super in danger of like hitting my head or anything. I got a decent amount of clearance, but yeah, it's not a whole lot. TJ staring at me from a dark corner was kind of scary, to be honest. Yeah, I've always wanted to be a slasher in a movie because I feel like I'd do it pretty well. You know, I always want to make a movie where I'm like the serial killer or something. But then I just decided to kill people in real life. So, you know, now I just really am a serial killer. So it's all good. You would break the top of my door. You have like a short door, I guess. So you can't wear a Lincoln hat. No, I would definitely hit my head. In the instances where I have worn a top hat, because I do own one. It's not a huge Lincoln style, but it's like a top hat, and it comes up to about here, and it does hit itself on doors when I walk through them. So, yeah, I guess that does happen. There must have been some magic in that old silk hat they found, 'cause when he placed it on his head, he began to dance around. Frosty the Snowman was a jolly happy soul, with a corncob pipe and a button nose and 2 eyes made out of coal. Frosty the Snowman, he sucked my fucking dick. And he said, I don't know. All right. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you motherfuckers later. Hope you enjoyed it. If you did, you know, maybe like whisper some shit into the ears of them plebs and shit. I don't really have pleb shit coming out for permanent shit yet, but that'll be happening soon. So anyway, love you guys. You guys are fucking pretty dope and stuff, and I hope you enjoyed the show. And if you didn't, fuck you. But if you did, I love you. And if you didn't, I guess I still love you, but it's more begrudging, because you should love it when I fucking give you what you want, which is my my brilliance. So anyway, hope you all enjoyed. Love you all. Bye-bye. Yes, indeed.